that was aviation. I'm looking forward to plan change now. Morning.
Thank you, and thank you everybody. And my name is David Hill, just I guess for the record, chairing this one. Just a note, this particular panel sat on PC5, and numbers of those issues are coming forward later on in this session of PC9, so that familiarity will be helpful in our consideration. Right, now this is being audio recorded. Yep, so that will be available for those. I'm not sure if is any, no one's actively listening in or anything, are they, Steve? There's no. We're not online.
One party's asked for live stream access,
Yeah.
and the same party's also asked for the digital recording, is it not?
Right. Okay. All right. Okay. John, just do the housekeeping, and we'll move on.
Housekeeping, evacuation. I've got those who've signed in. Records at the back. Emergency exits behind you, or across there, or out the main door. Assemble in the right, outside of the garden place area. Toilets across the foyer through the double doors. The sign posted from there. Breaks are when the chairman calls.
Right, thank you. And just so that we're aware, this room will be locked every evening and over the weekend as well.
Yes.
So we can leave things, well, don't leave personal things obviously, but general bits of paper. Thank you. Good. All right, well, let's move into PC9 then. I mean, this is going to move reasonably rapidly over the next couple of weeks. And I guess there aren't terribly many members of the public. I don't think there are any members of the public here today, are there? No, I don't think so. So, Mr. Muldowney, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Muldowney. I am counsel for Hamilton City Council as proponent of PC9. To my immediate right is Ms Thomas, also co-counsel. And we also have Ms Galt here, who is the planning witness for Hamilton City Council in respect of topic 1, notable trees. And online, we hope listening in and observing and ready to give evidence is also our arborist, Mr Redfern Hardesty, who will be patching in remotely. He tore his bicep in some sort of...
Not writing, I take it?
No, not writing, no. I think he was in the familiar territory of chainsaws and wood. But as a consequence, he can't drive, so unfortunately he's patching in remotely. But as I understand it, all queued up and ready to go, so he'll be our first witness.
Right, thank you.
We have prepared written opening legal submissions, which I'll take you through.
Yep.
I assume you've had an opportunity to pre-read them, but we will walk through some of this, which I think will helpfully frame not only PC9 in general, but also more particularly the notable trees section.
I should just offer you a bone. One of my commissioners thought they were particularly helpful.
Well, it's high praise. I don't have to hear that. Quite the opposite. All right, well, let's get to these helpful submissions. So, as I've said, the submissions are presented on behalf of Hamilton City Council as the proponent of Plan Change 9. And in paragraph 2, I note that Plan 9 is an omnibus plan change that addresses and recognises the protection of Hamilton's historic heritage as well as its natural environment, and it comprises 5 discrete topics, being that of notable trees, today's discussion, significant natural areas, historic heritage areas, built heritage and archaeological sites. And the hearing of submissions has been divided into the 2 hearing sessions. This is the first, and it will comprise the notable trees, significant natural areas and historic heritage areas topics. And then the second hearing session, scheduled for November, will comprise the built heritage and archaeological site topics.
We just take a pause at that point and just the issue is sort of has been put as to whether or not we could or we might be minded to make interim decisions on session 1 matters. because of the length of time between now and November, and also to assist other topics with PC12. Can you advise us whether you think that's doable, legitimate, problematic?
It's certainly doable. There's no question that from a legal perspective there's no prohibition or impediment to issuing an interim decision on part of a plan change, so you have the legal ability to do that. The practical question is whether the interim decision can be sort of sufficiently unhooked from the other elements of the plan change that it can be standalone and also be susceptible to appeals that would run forward on the interim decision while the rest of PC9 catches up. So provided you can identify the parts of PC9 that you think are capable of being unhooked from the remnant parts still to be heard, there is no problem with an interim decision. And the inherent nature of some of these topics, I think, potentially lends itself to an interim decision. Notable trees is an example, the first topic today, very discreet. You know, there are linkages to the SNA topic, but again, that's being heard this week, so there is the potential for those two topics to move forward as an interim decision. Even the HHAs, despite what the name might suggest, in terms of the substance of them, the historic heritage area topic is actually discrete from the built heritage topic. The name would suggest there's a close linkage, and there is in the sense that they're dealing with something similar in terms of a Part 6 historic heritage matter. But the substance of them is actually quite distinct. One is dealing with areas, the other's dealing with buildings and so on. So even that, I could see a way forward as an interim decision. So yeah, I'm not sure if there's anything more I can say without...
Does the council have a preference? I mean, there's no... I haven't discussed this with the panel, so I'm talking for myself at the moment, but there's no particular benefit from my point of view of a decision early rather than a decision late. I'm really just exploring the pragmatics of it.
I think the only practical implication and potential benefit is the relationship between the historic heritage area topics and Plan Change 12, and the fact that the historic heritage areas are identified as a qualifying matter in relation to PC12. So the extent of HHAs and where they sit in the plan change process starts to have a bearing on how they play out in 12. So that might be a reason for you to issue an interim decision so that there is greater clarity in relation to how you deal with historic heritage areas in PC12, which is scheduled for a September hearing.
Yes, yes, yes. And we don't yet know whether an extension is going to be...
We don't know at this stage. That is a possibility, but even if there was an extension in terms of the time frame for issuing a decision on PC12, at this stage there's no intention to defer the hearing of evidence, which is scheduled for September.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
So I think we can move to 5, so where I've said that these submissions will address the overarching framework that's applicable to all of the topics in PC9, and then it will address the legal and planning issues relevant to the notable tree topic, and there are supplementary submissions to follow in relation to significant natural areas and historic heritage areas. So to the overarching legal framework, this is well trodden ground for all of the commissioners, so we'll move through this reasonably briskly. At paragraph 6, we've identified that the purpose of the preparation, implementation and administration of the operative district plan is to assist council to carry out its functions and achieve the purpose of the RMA, and any change is to be made in the manner set out in the first schedule to the Resource Management Act. Those changes must be in accordance with the Council's functions under 31 and the provisions of Part 2, which identify the purpose of the Resource Management Act and the matters of national importance that must be given effect to. It's worth just highlighting Section 6 of the Resource Management Act, because this is a critical section in relation to all topics within Plan Change 9. And it requires that in achieving the purpose of the Act, all persons, and that includes the panel of course, exercising functions and powers under it in relation to the managing, the use, development and protection of natural and physical resources shall recognise and provide for the following matters of national importance. And I've cut to the sections which are directly relevant to Plan Change 9. The first is the protection of areas of significant indigenous vegetation and significant habitats of indigenous fauna. E, the relationship of Māori and their culture and traditions with their ancestral lands, water, sites, wahi tapu and other taonga. And F, the protection of historic heritage from inappropriate subdivision, use and development. All are engaged in respect of each of the topics in PC9. And in preparing or changing the district plan, Hamilton City Council must have regard to any proposed regional policy statement and proposed regional plan, and must give effect to any operative regional policy statement and any relevant national policy statement. The RMA provisions which establish these and other relevant statutory requirements are set out in Attachment A to the submissions, and we have also compiled the overall checklist of the statutory considerations that are applicable to plan changes that were established in the Colonial Vineyards decision, but updated to reflect some more recent amendments to the Resource Management Act, and those are set out at Attachment B. So in addition to those materials, there is also a sweep, if you like, of all of the relevant planning instruments and documents that are relevant to your decision making, and those are described in Section 4 of the Section 32 evaluation. And at paragraph 9, I've just set that out for you, and as a checklist, if you like, of all of the other matters and instruments that sit within the RMA hierarchy that are relevant in some way or another. And how they are relevant at paragraph 10, I note, is dealt with in sections 4.11 to 4.23 of the Section 32 evaluation, and the key parts of the evaluation are explored in relation to notable trees in the following submissions.
Just before you move on, in the para 9 you've listed the non-statutory documents. Is the Biodiversity Action Plan one that we need to have regard to as well? I couldn't see it there.
I'm going to have to come back to you on that. Inherently it sounds so, given the topics that we're dealing with. So just let me come back to you on that, and I'll see where it's been picked up or addressed in the materials, and come back on that.
Thank you.
So just dealing firstly to get some sense of where we're at and then where we're heading. At paragraph 11, I've described in the current operative district plan provisions and the way that significant trees are addressed in the operative district plan. The first point to note is, I suppose, the naming of significant trees. That is the current plan provision. PC9 seeks to amend that to record these trees as notable trees, and so there's just one sort of small difference that emerges from the ODP provisions. The objective 20.23 is the primary objective in relation to trees, and it says that the values of significant trees are protected and maintained, and it's supported by a range of policies which ensure that those values and features of significant trees that are listed in the Schedule 9D are protected from inappropriate subdivision, use and development. And the explanation for those objectives and policies is worth repeating. It says in the plan that much of Hamilton's distinctive character is derived from its trees, which are an integral part of the city's amenity and identity. Significant trees can be individual specimens or groups of trees, such as Jubilee Bush. Trees also have an important role in maintaining life-supporting processes and assisting and functioning of the urban ecosystem. Protection of identified significant trees is important. policies identify that both works to significant trees and works within the root protection zone of significant trees need to be managed. And so those objectives and policies are then supported by an activity status rule 20.3, which I've described in paragraph 13, and you can see there's an acknowledgement that some activities in relation to significant trees are permitted activities, for example emergency works if there's threat to life and property, or if there's fatal disease, and also minor pruning and maintenance permitted. But beyond that, you move into activities within the root protection zone, which are restricted discretionary activities, and other non-emergency work is described as a discretionary activity. And then in paragraph 14, I've set out some of the assessment criteria that need to be considered when evaluating restricted discretionary and discretionary activities. At paragraph 15, I note that the current schedule of significant trees contains 81 separately identified groups of significant trees or individual trees, each of which were identified through the use of the Royal New Zealand Institute of Horticulture standard of method for tree evaluation. I should just note there that of those 81 trees, it's a mix of trees on public and private land. There's a smattering of private land trees in the existing schedule of trees. PC9 was focused on introducing additional trees to the schedule that sat on public land. It didn't look at a complete sweep of the city in terms of private land. You will have some discussions with certain submitters about some trees that do exist on private land, and those are discussions about existing significant trees that have been reassessed and reconfirmed but sit on private land. But the rest of PC9 is dealing with trees on public land.
Probably an appropriate time to ask that question then as to why additional trees on private land wasn't considered as part of PC9.
Yeah, that's not an answer I'm able to give at this point. It's certainly a matter that you can put to Hamilton City's planning witness, Ms. Gold. Two reasons do however spring to mind. One would be the depth and breadth of effort that would be required. May have meant that PC9 was delayed and potentially some of the advantages of getting public land trees secured may have been delayed by what would have inevitably been quite a public contest, I suspect, involving trees on private land. So it may have just been a practical decision to go with a plan change that didn't necessarily engage the heat of trees on private land, just to get some progress. But that's be speculating, but it seems that would be a sensible reason why you just attack the public land first and then maybe come back and think about private property rights.
Maybe a planning question, as you say.
Yes.
We have one or two propositions from in the submissions for private owners who have asked for their tree to be added to the register. Is it your view that we have a scope issue if in actual fact we wish to consider that?
Yes, I think you do. I think, as I say, the plan change is very clear in its intent. It was looking at a re-evaluation of the existing scheduled trees, and yes, there are some private trees there. It was a re-evaluation of those existing scheduled trees under the new STEM evaluation, and then it was an evaluation of trees on public land, and that was all it was doing. It wasn't looking at private land. So there is a scope question. Whether or not you could say that a submission seeking a tree on private land be included was a sort of a consequential change, I think is debatable. I'm just thinking about the Clearwater tests. There might be an argument to say, well, it doesn't affect anyone, so where's the harm? There's no potential wider interest here. But
Is that a criterion that we would need to test, that it doesn't affect anybody?
I think it would be, but the fundamental question is it on the plan change? And as I say, this plan change was designed to address the introduction of notable trees into the district plan that exist on public land. It just simply doesn't evaluate all of the trees in the city on private land, which could also be included. So it seems like quite a stark dividing line was established when council determined what this plan change was going to be about, and it's not about trees on private land.
In terms of Clearwater Limb 2, so is your submission in relation to that limb that people would not have anticipated because the plan change was directly on public land, that private trees might be scheduled, and a flow on from that is that if they were scheduled, then potentially adjoining landowners might be affected with protected root zones, etc.
I think that's the big issue, the big practical issue that I think emerges if you start thinking about new and additional trees on private land, is the adjoining landowners and the protected root zone, because that is a hot topic. I mean, there is, as you can see, there are submitters that live adjacent to public spaces or parks who are concerned about the protected root zone and how it crosses the property boundary. Multiply that exponentially across the city if we're talking about trees on private property. So I think that's the big issue. Now, the problem with that is that we've only got one or two specific examples that are being presented, and so I think the submitters would say, well, what does it matter for just me? But it may matter to your neighbour. It's as simple as that. And that neighbour had no idea that there was the potential for there to be some kind of protected root zone now encroaching their property, which is inhibiting their property rights. And they might have wanted to say something about that. So at 16, I make the point that the ODP provisions have offered a level of recognition and protection for those trees that are identified in the schedule, and the RNZIH criteria has proven to be, however, unsuitable as a reference point for assessing and determining resource consents, and it's no longer the preferred arboriculture industry standard. And this shortcoming in the evaluation methodology and the fact that there are a large number of potentially significant trees located in public spaces that are not identified in the schedule currently has meant that the ODP provisions are not fit for purpose. So to address these identified shortcomings, the City first engaged ArborLab to undertake a re-evaluation of all trees currently recorded in Schedule 9D under the STEM method, which is the new method, which is acknowledged to be a more widely used arboriculture assessment tool with a scoring system which is more streamlined and practical to apply. This re-evaluation confirmed the status of the existing trees that were identified in Schedule D, and in addition, ArborLab evaluated all other suitable trees, first applying a baseline filter related to maturity, size and uniqueness that were located within the road reserves and other reserves within the city, and the result was a substantial expansion of the number of trees warranting recognition and protection in the ODP. So PC9 updates Schedule 9D by confirming the status of the existing significant trees and incorporating these additional trees and reclassifying all trees as notable trees. And then accompanying this expansion of Schedule 9D are additional and consequential amendments to the related plan provisions in the rule framework.
Just a question, with the change to the label, is it just a label change, significant and notable? Are they the same thing?
Yes, I don't know that there's any significance other than I think notable trees is now the more common and popular name attributed to trees in district plan making. It may even be that in terms of the planning standards, I think there's a shift to notable trees. Again, that might be something you can check with the planner. I suspect that's where it's come from. So the most critical change that PC9 introduces is the application of the new STEM assessment methodology to determine if a tree warrants notable tree protection under the ODP. And under the STEM assessment, there are three main criteria, being the condition, which is the health of the tree, the amenity, which is the community benefit arising from the tree, and notability, which is the distinctiveness of the tree. These criteria examine the following factors. So within condition, you look at form, occurrence, vigour and vitality, function and age. And within amenity, the stature, visibility, proximity, role and climate. And within notability, its stature, its age, whether it has a commemorative association or is a remnant or relic, and its scientific values in terms of its source or rarity or endangered.
I thought you said it was streamlined.
Yeah, well, again, a matter that you can traverse with our arborist. Each of the individual factors within a criteria is given a score out of 30 points, and for each of the condition and amenity criteria, they have 5 factors. The scores range from 15 to 135, and the notability criteria can add a further 30 to 270 points to the overall score. Now, the threshold total score at which a tree is determined to be notable or significant will vary from council to council, and that can be from 87 to 180 as at 2019 data, with the average threshold being 131.5 points. ArborLab applied a threshold of 130 points, noting that some trees in a grouping which were assessed to between 120 and 130 were included, where the overall grouping within it was assessed at 130. So ArborLab completed their individual tree assessments in early 2022, and in June 2022 presented the city with its overall assessment, which was then used to inform the proposed updated schedule. And all trees scoring 130 or higher on the STEM assessment were included within the proposed updated schedule. So there are changes occurring to Chapter 20, Natural Environments. As I said, significant trees is replaced with notable trees, and the objective and policy set updated to make explicit to how work on a notable tree should be undertaken and when removal or transplanting should occur. The activity status at Rule 20 has been updated to provide for more permitted activities in relation to emergency works, pruning and maintenance, and work on the protected root zone. And the performance standards set out at Rule 20.5.2 and 20.5.4 provide a more detailed set of thresholds, and together these provisions add clarity and certainty to the plan. And there is an updated assessment criteria which is more detailed and explicit, again creating better certainty for plan users. So to the submissions, PC9 itself was publicly notified on the 22nd of July, and the submission period closed on the 2nd of September, and further submissions period closing on the 18th of November. Engagement was high, with PC9 attracting 468 submissions and 338 further submissions. Of the 2,025 submission points raised on PC9, 264 related to the notable tree topic, received from 110 individual submitters. The key themes emerging from the submissions included the impact on landowner and private property rights, with some submitters raising concerns about the impact of the notable trees in the protected root zone and the associated plan provisions, and the impacts on private property rights, future development aspirations, the ability to build, replace and maintain structures and carry out other works. There was the method of evaluation, being the STEM approach. There were submissions received both in support of and opposition to the STEM method. There were requests to include additional trees in Schedule 9, with a number of submitters seeking to include additional notable trees that they considered met the STEM criteria or had ecological or streetscape benefits, including some on private land. There were requests to remove trees from Schedule 9D, with a large number of submissions seeking particular trees be removed. Reasons included poor tree health, safety risks, interference with private property rights and development aspirations, lack of ecological or amenity value, or even nuisance, tree instability, unsuitable location and the like. There were submissions seeking removal or modification of the protected root zone, with a number of submissions seeking removal of the zone in a particular location or altering its extent. Some challenged the method for measuring the protected root zone, and the key reasons for challenging the zone were its encroachment on private land, constraints on the activities within the zone, and the inconvenience and requirement for resource consent to undertake certain activities within the protected root zone.
Just before you move off the protected root zone, is the protected root zone a method used in the operative district plan? It's not a change, it's...
No, it's not. There is, we will lead some evidence from Mr. Redfern about the protected root zone. In reviewing his statement, we felt that perhaps there was more that could be said about how it is established. I originally thought that it was just the drip line, but it's not. There is in fact a calculation, there is a measurement taken of the diameter of the trunk that is then multiplied out. So there's a science behind it which goes beyond the drip line. And so we will leave some evidence from Mr. Redfern Hardesty so that you can understand exactly how it's established. Related to that is just the whole question of how the trees are actually located. Mr. Redfern will confirm that the trees, when he did each individual assessment, just a phone-held app gets a GPS reading of the location of the tree, and that's recorded, that data is recorded. That's then provided to council, and then each tree then has the measurement done of the protected root zone, and that information is then provided to council, and then council in its mapping and that was one of the issues that we were bringing up for you. If you need to have a look, you can go into any part of the city and you'll see an aerial image of the city, and you'll see the trunk and you'll see the root zone depicted on the map, and you can match property boundaries and you can see how much of the root zone encroaches on a particular property and so on and so forth. So you know, there's a reasonably good degree of accuracy, but some submitters have sought amendments to the mapping of the root zone because they say it's incorrect or too far or too expansive. And those are technical matters that can be worked through. If there is a mapping error, we'll certainly fix it.
So for the, I think was it Kāinga Ora that submits for a return to the drip line method, they're seeking to go beyond what the actual operative district plan currently provides for in terms of the protected root zone. They're just seeking to swap the method.
I think that's right, yes. I'll just check, again, I just need to check to see exactly what was the methodology for establishing the protected root zone for the operative provisions. So I don't want to put you astray on that. We'll check that and come back. Whether or not they adopted the current system or some other system, I'll clarify that for you.
And just to follow up on that one, I mean, we'll deal with the metrics when we hear from Mr. Redfern. But obviously, if you're operating a system with a multiplier on it, that will grow with the tree. So is it intended that the rule apply at the operative date of the plan, or that it will? I mean, it's not going to grow hugely, obviously, over a 10-year period, but it will grow obviously as trees grow. So there'll be increments. How's that being determined?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I know that the methodology requires a measurement of the diameter
Of the trunk.
of the trunk,
Yeah.
which is then multiplied out to produce a radius of the root zone.
Yeah.
But exactly whether there's any redundancy built into that, or how they deal with, as you say, the change over, say, a 10-year period, I'm not sure. And whether, in fact, there is a need for some redundancy.
Okay. Well, I'll leave that. Ms. Galt will address us on that, I'm sure.
As would Mr. Redfern, he can, I'm sure, explain just what the risk is. I mean, because effectively that's the concern, is that you end up in a situation where you have an identified protection root zone which isn't actually doing its job.
Yes. And obviously, and that's an argument which we will hear. The drip line is obvious. The root line is not obvious, never
No.
will be. Yeah,
No.
right. Okay.
Were also, just at subparagraph F of paragraph 29, there were also a large number of submissions seeking changes to the policy and rule framework, primarily focused on amending the provisions relating to the constraints on certain activities, with some seeking deletion of rules in their entirety. So conferencing occurred on 15 March 2023, and I've described the process in paragraph 30. At paragraph 31, I make the point that there was a joint witness statement prepared, but I want to note that no arborists attended the conferencing session on behalf of any submitters. There was, I understand it, a landscape heritage expert, Mr. John Adam for Waikato Heritage Group, but apart from that, there was no arborists in attendance at the witnessing conference other than Hamilton City Councils. Nevertheless, the City considers that the conferencing was effective in narrowing and in some cases partly resolving issues raised by submitters through recognising possible updates to plan provisions. And the City considers that the proposed updated provisions that are amended to Ms Galt's primary evidence incorporate most, if not all, of the drafting edits or improvements that were identified at the conferencing.
I have a question just in relation to that, and that's probably more for Ms Galt, but why were not all of the drafting edits or improvements incorporated? So I'll just signal that now. And what were the ones that weren't incorporated that came out of conferencing?
Thank you. Then there was the 42A report. There were two produced. The first was the themes and issues report, and the second was the more detailed planning report. As I've described in paragraph 32, the recommendations in that second report are reflected in Ms Galt's recommended provisions. So there is good alignment between the Section 42A authors and Ms Galt in terms of where the final provisions landed. In terms of the City's response to submissions, as I say, the Council has given careful consideration to these submissions and has sought to respond constructively with various amendments to the proposed plan. Mr Redfern Hardesty and the Arborlab team undertook a comprehensive review of the trees and the associated issues that were identified in the submissions. Generally, where the nomination of a new notable tree in the schedule had been disputed in a submission on arboricultural grounds, Arborlab had reviewed the submission and visited the tree again to undertake a follow-up visual inspection. And where submissions had proposed that new trees be included but were not included in the notified plan change, Arborlab had taken a visual inspection of those trees also. And then generally, if a submission disputed the retention of an existing tree, a reassessment only occurred if a safety risk or a tree defect was asserted. So in light of that review, Mr Redfern Hardesty produced a further technical report, and that's set out at attachment 1 to his primary evidence. And that sets out his recommendations in relation to those submissions. He has made recommendations to reject a number of submissions seeking the removal of trees from the schedule, and those are set out at 1.1 to 1.29 of his report. And within sections 1.30 to 1.45 of his report, he records the submissions which seek the removal of a tree from the schedule that he supports and the basis for that support. In total, he recommends that 59 trees be removed from the schedule. In section 2 of his report, he sets out his recommendations regarding submissions seeking amendments or removal of the protected root zone. And as I say, it's not new, it's provided for in the ODP as a mechanism widely adopted by territorial authorities, and it recognises that activities within the root zone can adversely affect the health and stability of a tree, and on that basis, constraints on certain activities would cause damage to the roots justified. Mr Redfern Hardesty reviewed all of the submissions which seek to include additional trees, and in section 3 of his report, no additional trees are recommended for inclusion, mainly due to the failure to meet the stem score threshold or because the trees are located within private property. as the original assessments of trees within the city was limited to trees on public land. As I've said before, those submitters have a scope issue that they need to attempt to overcome. Mr Redfern Hardesty has also reviewed the overall workability of the policy and rule framework applying to notable trees, and in particular he recommends certain changes to Rule 20.3 to provide greater clarity concerning permitted activities that can occur within the protected root zone. And he also recommends changes to provide greater clarity concerning activities that require a restricted discretionary activity status. Now, having reviewed those recommendations and the recommendations in the 42A report, Ms Galt has made recommendations to amend the notified plan provisions, and those amendments are shown in attachment 1 to her evidence. And in summary, they are an amendment to Rule 20.3S2 by deleting reference to fatal disease and instead being subject to a biosecurity risk, a new permitted activity standard to provide for repair, maintenance and replacement of existing footpaths, tracks, lawns, gardens and fences, deletion of the words non-mechanical in the activity status and standards, and a change from qualified works arborist to qualified arborist. And all of those amendments are recorded in the track version of the plan change, which is set out at attachment 1 to her evidence. So to the issues that remain outstanding, notably of the 110 submitters on this topic, only one has lodged expert evidence, and that's that of the Eisendorns, and even that was planning evidence, not arborist or arboriculture evidence. The Eisendorn submission opposes the inclusion of tree T172.1 to T172.20 in Schedule 9D and sought changes to activities that could be undertaken in the protected root zone. Mr Robb notes that he's not an arborist, can't dispute the arboricultural assessment of the trees, but he notes that because the trees are located on a council reserve, they're already afforded protection through the Reserves Management Act and the Open Space and Reserves Management plans. As noted by Ms Galt, while the Reserves Act does provide protection for trees located within council reserves, those protections are not directed at the relevant resource management issues and environmental effects which are potentially engaged. And as the Environment Court has recognised, the effects of sections 5 to 8 of the RMA is that when dealing with any issues about trees, the district plan needs to weigh enabling people to achieve their well-being against other things, including the recognition and preservation of the natural character of the coastal environment, margins of the coast, lakes and rivers, the protection of outstanding natural features and landscapes from inappropriate use, and the protection of areas of significant indigenous vegetation and significant habitats of indigenous fauna. Further, district plans should have particular regard to the intrinsic values of ecosystems and the maintenance and enhancement of the quality of the environment and amenity values, and to any finite characteristics of natural and physical resources. The notable tree framework in the district plan achieves that outcome. And really that's sort of sweep through is designed to illustrate that the Resource Management Act controls are very different to those controls in the Reserves Act. It's acknowledged that the wide purpose of the RMA, with its focus on the complexities of ecosystems and habitats and landscapes, doesn't readily account for property boundaries. And while HCC strongly respects the property rights of landowners, the RMA's purpose justifies in certain circumstances the exercising of its powers to make rules that impact on private property rights in order to protect Section 6 and 7 values. This power is subject to the requirement that in promulgating the rules, the city has carried out its evaluation under Section 32, and as the Environment Court observed, the scheme of the RMA attempts to ensure that district rules about trees are carefully designed and put in place only after consideration of multiple and often conflicting matters, a cost-benefit analysis with a level of independent, careful and reasoned scrutiny that higher and necessarily more subjective legislation cannot always achieve. The analysis of these costs and benefits is set out in Appendix 6 to the Section 32 report, and accordingly Ms Galt rejects Mr Robb's opinion that the protection afforded notable trees in the district plan is superfluous, above and beyond what is required and provided for in the Reserves Act. So aside from this direct challenge, Mr Robb generally concurs with the changes to provisions recommended by Ms Gold, as they provide some relief to the submission and loosen the restrictions placed on common residential activities, and only seeks one minor additional amendment, which is removal of the word envelope, and that's supported by Ms Gold. The hearing administrator has also received material from CN and RN Warner-Coolasuria entitled Evidence Summary Opposing Notable Tree Proposal T167. The Warner-Coolasuorias did not lodge a primary submission on PC9 within the specified time frame. However, using the further submission form and within the time frame for lodging a further submission, they did request removal of a proposed notable tree from Schedule 9D, as well as its physical removal from the road reserve on the basis that it represents a health and safety risk. This gives rise to a procedural issue, and under Clause 8.8, subparagraph 2 of Schedule 1, further submissions are limited to being either in support of or opposition to a primary submission. There's been no primary submission on this tree, and accordingly there's no ability for any person to further submit. However, it's open to the panel to accept the Warner-Coolasuoria's further submission as a late primary submission under Section 37 of the RMA. And in making such a determination, the panel should consider if there's any prejudice arising to any party.
Just before we move on with that, what does that mean if we were to accept that submission as a late primary submission? Would there need to be some further notification of that submission for further submissions?
Possibly. I mean, I think one of the immediate issue that arises is what are the natural justice considerations here. So if it is treated as a late original submission, then it should follow that there would be an opportunity for the public to provide a further submission in relation to it. So that becomes an issue, and that becomes a procedural issue that you would need to consider. My submission to you is that if you look at the substantive merits of this particular submission, my submission is that you shouldn't provide the relief sought based on the substantive merits of the argument. If you see it my way, you can accept the submission and then you can deal with it as in a substantive way, which means that the interests of third parties aren't necessarily affected. If you don't see it my way and you think that there might be some serious merit in removing this tree from the schedule and indeed removing it physically, then I think you're going to start engaging in a wider question of who else needs to be heard on this subject. But my submission is in a practical way forward here, hear the evidence, listen to what these people have to say about this tree, and my submission is that once you've heard the evidence and thought about the facts and the circumstances, the right outcome is not to remove the tree, which you don't have jurisdiction to do anyway, and in fact to keep it in the schedule. If you don't agree with me on the substantive outcome, then I think you've got to go back and start thinking about, okay, who do we need to let into this debate?
Just to clarify, so in terms of the scope issue, is the consideration of the merits relevant to the scope consideration, or is that just in relation to the substantive? I just wanted to be clear what your submission is to us.
Well, can I read my submissions on this point and then perhaps just return to that question. And maybe just go back to the submission. So the first point is at paragraph 48, which is that, and just to remind ourselves of what's being sought here. So there's two things that are being sought in the submission. One is remove the tree from the schedule in the district plan, and the other thing is physically remove the tree. There's two things they ask for in their relief. So what I say at paragraph 48 is that little weight can be given to the evidence summary, which was not prepared by an expert in arboriculture or planning. No expert arboriculture evidence has been provided that disputes the inclusion in the STEM assessment of the tree within the schedule. Ultimately, the submission amounts to a request that the tree not only be removed from the schedule, but that it be physically removed due to traffic safety concerns. As I say, there's no scope for that outcome via PC9, and Ms Gold has set out in her evidence the appropriate process for addressing the traffic safety concerns that are raised in the submission and has identified the correct contact point within HCC. So in summary, the tree should remain in the schedule, and if the Hamilton City Transport Unit considers that it should be physically removed, a consent can be obtained and granted. And in fact, under the PC9 provisions, if it amounts to emergency works that could actually occur, if there is an immediate danger to property and people, it could be removed through an emergency work, which is a permitted activity. So the point that I'm really making in 48 here is that, firstly, if you look at the evidence that's provided in support of the application, or in support of the submission, there is no expert arborist report or any other cogent evidence that would count against Mr Redfern Hardestry's assessment, STEM assessment, that says this tree warrants being included in the schedule. There's nothing for you to work with at all. The only issue, or the only evidence for you to work with, will be evidence relating to the safety issues and the transport safety issues and the sight lines and so on that are of concern. And as I said, firstly, it's just simply outside of your scope to be able to determine that the tree should be removed. There has to be a conversation with the transport unit at Hamilton City Council. They will come out, make the assessment, the safety assessment, and if it is unsafe, they will then take the necessary steps to make the transport corridor safe. So it just feels like the Wanakulasorias just need to be redirected to the right place within council and to have the proper conversation. So
can I ask, when did the submitter first notify council that they wish to be involved?
Again, I can't answer that.
I mean, the reason I'm asking is, of course, they're supposedly the first submitter up this afternoon. So the call we have to make is we have to make. So, and what I'm hearing is that they're out of scope, and you're trying to be nice to allow them in. But I really want to know when they first came to notice. And so, therefore, is there a well, no, let's answer that question first, your worship.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. All I can say is that for certain is that they would have, their issue would have came to the council's notice when they lodged the document.
Yes.
Which purported to be a further submission.
Yes.
If there was any further, earlier engagement than that, I'm not aware of it, and I'm not sure that Ms Galt will be either. But again, that could be something that you could test with the Wanakulasorias.
Except if we were minded to actually rule them out of scope, then they won't appear. I mean, I'm basically thinking what our options are out here, and thinking, well, yes.
Well, the only issue that they are in scope in part because they ask for the removal of the tree from the schedule. That is within the four walls of this hearing. And on that point, I say they have no evidence to support the proposition other than the transport-related issues. So again, I mean, it just feels to me as if it may warrant hearing from them so that they feel as if the issues have been ventilated. But my submission to you is that the tree should remain on the schedule and the proper conversations should be had with the transport unit, the traffic safety issues carefully evaluated, and if the tree needs to be removed at the end of that, it will either be as emergency works, as a permitted activity, or they'll go and get a consent, the council will get a consent.
Yes, but I understand, well, from the schedule that we've got, that the submitter's not bringing on an arborist or anyone to contest that, so the outcome is inevitable.
Yes, it feels that way.
So to fancy the inevitable seems to be inappropriate, but anyway, we'll have a conversation.
I mean, those are my submissions. How you want to manage the practical side of that particular submitter is obviously in the hands of the panel. My feeling was that, for better or worse, that if they felt that they wanted to have an audience and get the issues on the table, they could, but ultimately that's your call.
Yeah, and of course letting them in allows them an appeal right. So, yeah, all right. We'll have a conversation over morning tea. Thank you.
So just moving to paragraph 49, which is just switching topics to the Waikato Heritage Group submission, which sought that the city undertake a heritage landscape assessment as part of PC9, and also that it assess trees on private land for inclusion. And that relief is supported by the evidence of Mr. Adam, an expert in landscape history. But again, just on scope, PC9 doesn't address landscape heritage, except in the context of HHAs really, nor did it assess trees on private land for inclusion in Schedule 9D. And so the city's consideration is that the relief that's being claimed here is, again, not within the scope of the notable tree topic of PC9. They might hit them.
Sorry, just a question on that. You've said except in the context of HHAs. So was there a landscape heritage assessment done for the areas that are being put forward as historic heritage areas?
No, there wasn't. But if I think if a debate or a discussion was to on landscape heritage values was to find its right place in PC9, it's probably in the context of a debate about historic heritage areas.
Yeah.
Because the historic heritage areas need not necessarily be limited to areas where there is a built form. Mm-hmm. It could be a natural landscape, or indeed it could be a cityscape. It just feels like what he's talking about in this particular submission, if it's to find a home, it's not in the notable tree topic.
So it's in the historic heritage areas where it might be incidental to the area that's been identified.
Yeah.
Put forward. Okay. Thank you.
And then the other part of the submission is again just dealing with private property and trees on private property, which we've discussed in terms of scope. So apart from the evidence that's been pre-circulated by the Warner Kula-Sawyers and the Eisendorns and Waikato Heritage Group, no other submitter purports to present expert evidence at the hearing. And of the 110 submitters on the notable tree topic, there are, however, a small number of submitters who have indicated they wish to present at the hearing. And I've set out a summary of each of those submitters and the HCC response. Now, I'm in your hands if you want me to sort of carefully work through each of these. They're basically, each of them has a summary of what I think is requested and where the city sits on it. I'm happy to just sort of move through this quite quickly, and it feels like you probably need to hear the submitters.
They're all due in the next 24 hours. So.
Yeah. Can I just say just a practical issue in relation to these submitters? So these are submitters who will present to you, but apart from what we've seen in the submission form and the materials that were sent in as the submission, the city doesn't know what's to be said here. So all I ask is that the city reserve its position to come back and respond to any of the new material that we hear in the hearing. We'll have our arborist watching and on standby, and also Ms. Galt. So if there are any planning or arboriculture issues that come out of the evidence, we'd just like the opportunity to potentially respond.
Yeah.
So as I say, I'll just move pretty quickly through these, and then you can, I'm sure you want to just hear some evidence and stop listening to me. So the first is Mr. Hanford, who is a submitter at 104 Lake Road. He's opposing the retention of a ginkgo bilboa tree, which is located on his property. So this is an existing tree which has been reconfirmed and retained. By his own, it's got a STEM score of 162, and by his own admission, it's one of the oldest remaining ginkgo bilboa trees in Hamilton, and has the highest amenity value of all ginkgo in the schedule. He hasn't raised an arboricultural basis for removing the tree, and so Mr. Redfern Hardesty recommends that it be retained. Next.
Sorry, just a question. In relation to some of the notable trees, so is a ginkgo biloba tree an indigenous tree, or is it a exotic? I guess that might be a question, but the reason for the question is to determine where it sits in terms of the RMA hierarchy. Does it fall within the Section 6 meaning that it needs to be protected, or is it something which is notable but it's not a Section 6 matter for us? That's my
I understand the issue. I don't know the answer to that. Judging by the name, it feels pretty exotic to me.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll come back on that one.
Thank you.
But I understand the distinction between whether it's a Section 6 matter or a Section 7 matter, so in terms of Indigenous biodiversity.
My question was slightly different, which is it's on private property.
Yep.
And as you said previously, the plan change in actual fact is orientated towards public land. And you've argued that we don't have scope to include private trees in here, and yet here we are dealing with an issue of the potential removal of them.
So I think there's an important caveat to that point about PC9 not dealing with trees on private property. PC9 does undertake a review of the existing trees scheduled in the plan and reconfirms those trees as notable trees using the STEM evaluation. So to the extent that PC9 is not dealing with private properties, there's a caveat to it. It is for those trees that are already protected in the plan. They got a fresh look and a recycling through in terms of the new STEM evaluation. So those are, so the submissions that relate to trees on private property, which are already in the operative district plan, are in scope.
I was just, on the same point, I was just trying to find the public notice. I couldn't find it online. It may have become sort of so historic now that it doesn't exist anymore, but just wouldn't mind having a look at the public notice for PC9, just to remind myself as to what it said.
We'll track that down for you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Mr Gray resides at 1 Blue Cedar Lane, and he opposes the retention of tree T12, which is located on the property. Concerned about the safety threats that the tree poses, falling branches and the like. There is a report that's been produced by Tree Menders which records that it's in good health, but there are multiple examples of branch failure, and the report recommends a risk assessment can be completed. Mr Redfern Hardesty has carefully reviewed the submission and the Tree Menders report, and he's undertaken a visual inspection, and he notes that the tree has a STEM score of 150, but there are branch failures evident, and that there is increased branch failure could be indicating a decline in vitality and wood production. But he recommends its retention until the risk assessment that had been recommended in the previous report is undertaken.
So who would be responsible for undertaking that risk assessment? Is that something the submitter is meant to organise to, and is that information that we would need before we could make a decision on that issue?
Yeah, I think that's one where, again, it falls into interesting territory because it's a tree on private property. It's a blue Atlantic cedar on a property at Blue Cedar Lane. Yeah. So it has some sort of significance, one would have thought. But the Tree Menders report, I understand, was a report which was produced by the landowner to evaluate the tree and support his intent to remove it. So this feels to me like the appropriate thing would be for this submitter to chase down Tree Menders, get the risk assessment completed, and convince you that for risk reasons it should be removed. Earthbrook Properties seek the removal of tree 253.2 and 253.3 from the schedule, which are located behind 10, 12 and 14 Ipoia Road. Again, there's a range of reasons given. Safety hazards, shading, aggravating allergies, and a symbolism of colonialisation. The trees have been reviewed by Mr Hardesty, Redfern Hardesty, producing a 162 score, so they would warrant protection, but there is a factor here which Mr Redfern Hardesty identifies, which is that there are power line infrastructure in very close proximity to these trees, and there is ongoing conflict likely and probably not likely to go away. there's a recommendation that they be excluded for that reason. The submission from Mr. Borks is a similar one to Earthbrook Properties, asking for the same outcome. There's submitter CK Reddy, the landowner at 242 Grey Street, opposing the retention of tree T8.10, which is a London plane tree, and seeking its immediate removal. It's currently listed in the schedule. It's got a stem score of 237, which is pretty high, and therefore it's recommended to be retained. Again, there's some concerns about traffic safety, sightlines and so on. But there's been no arboricultural assessment done to challenge the STEM assessment from Mr. Redfern Hardesty, and it's recommended to be retained. And again, a little bit like the Warner Coolosorias, if there is an issue with traffic sightlines and traffic safety, the right place to raise that is the transport unit, and if the transport unit agrees, the tree would need to be addressed. Foster Develop has a property at 3 Hardley Street, Whitiora, and it opposes the inclusion of a tree fronting the property, T207.3. It's suffered some damage in recent storms. There's concerns around the root protection zone, which encroaches the property, and there's seeking removal of the tree in order to complete a demolition, to which they have a certificate of compliance. There's been a visual reassessment of the tree by Mr. Redfern Hardesty, and he recommends that it be retained. Mr. Nidhi Singh seeks confirmation that there's no scheduled notable trees at 84
Sorry,
Lake
can
Road.
I just go back on that previous one, just briefly on the Foster Development one? It's got a COC to demolish a building. That there's an implication there that the building can't be demolished with the tree in its current location. Is that what I take from that?
Well, that's the implication.
Yeah, and if that is, how is that different from the power line example?
Well, I mean, I'm not sure that.
Yeah.
I mean, that feels like a matter you need to test with the witness. But it's one thing to secure a certificate of compliance to demolish a property. It's quite another thing being able to do it.
Yes.
So I'm not sure that just because there is a right to demolish a building, that should be a basis for not scheduling a tree. I mean, if that was the case, why stop with this property?
Well, that's what I'm wondering.
I mean, every permitted activity to demolish a property on private land would be subject to the same argument. So, yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I wonder if I could ask a question. Just in terms of CK Reddy, this is a property where, again, the assertion is it may interfere with power lines, etc. Where would the burden of cost fall? If council was to do the traffic assessment, does council take the cost of making any remedial action against the tree, or is it the private property owner?
Well, I think the first point is that normal property rights would be the starting point. So wherever the tree is located, it is the responsibility of the property owner. So if this tree is on public property and it's causing a problem, council would need to take responsibility for it. If it's on private land, so too, the private landowner would be responsible for managing and maintaining the tree, controlling any nuisances, and controlling any effects that go beyond the property boundary.
Thank you.
Just dealing with the Singh submission, Mr. Redfern Hardesty has confirmed that T13 is located on 82 Lake Crescent, and its protected route zone does extend over the driveway of 84 Lake Crescent, and there is no recommendation that its characterisation and categorisation be changed in the schedule. Mr. Mackenzie is a landowner at 7 Sexton Road, and he opposes the extent of the root protection zone which encroaches onto his property. The submitter is concerned about the impact of the protected root zone on private property, and he seeks a cap on the maximum impact to private properties, and seeks clarification of whether HCC or the tree owner will have control over the maintenance of the tree which overhangs the property. The trees extend the stem score threshold and have been retained in the schedule. There has not been any arboricultural justification for removal of the trees, and they are recommended to be retained. And regarding the request for clarification of maintenance responsibilities, it's not really a matter that can be the subject of a decision by the panel under PC9, and it's not really your panel's role to explain maintenance responsibilities. The city will engage with the submitter to discuss such practical issues.
And I take from that the root zone hasn't changed from the ODP, the tree hasn't changed since then,
No,
nothing's changed.
Nothing's
basically.
changed, yeah. The Wise Trust owns property at 319 and 293 Grey Street, and the submitter seeks confirmation that the protected root zone of a particular tree, T8.2, does not extend onto 319 Grey Street, and seeks clarification as to the location and extent of the protected root zone on T8.6, and also wants clarification on the Trust's financial obligations where damage is caused to the property from the roots of the notable tree. It's the responsibility of another party, such as Hamilton City Council, and that works to maintain and protect network utility services will not be delayed where they are located within a protected root zone. So the planning maps clearly show that there is no protected root zone on 319 Grey Street, and then the London Plane is already listed as a significant tree and was retained due to it meeting the stem threshold of 231. The planning maps clearly show that the protected root zone of T86 does encroach into 293 Grey Street, and the submitter has not sought removal of the tree nor the removal of the modification of the protected root zone. Regarding the request for clarification on financial obligations and maintenance of these network utilities, again, it's not really the role of the panel to explain these matters, and the city is willing to engage with the submitters to discuss these practical issues. So no relief in this context of PC9 is necessary. Mr. Meehan is seeking that tree 52.2 be removed. It's currently listed in the ODP and has been reconfirmed. The submitter states that the tree is dead on top and the branches are dropping intermittently. There's been a visual reassessment post-submission, and Mr. Redfern Hardesty agrees that the health of the tree has declined and should be removed from the schedule. The Waikato Community Hospice, landowner at 322, 334 and 342 Cobham Drive in Hillcrest, seeks that notable trees T41 and 46, which are redwoods, located on its land, be removed, and seeks removal of any root protection zone from its property from the group of trees listed. It states that the root protection zone already contains concrete hard stand, car parking and built form, and that the submitter also seeks amendments to the rule framework to reduce the constraints in relation to work within the root zone. The group of trees identified are currently listed as notable trees and retained because they exceed the stem score threshold. And although there is already hard stand and built structures in the protected root zone, it doesn't follow that the zone should be removed or modified. Mechanisms seek to place constraints on further activities, potentially causing harm to the notable trees. Again, there are no arboricultural justification evidence presented to support the removal of the trees from the schedule, and Mr. Redfern Hardesty recommends they be retained along with the current extent of the protected root zone. Next, there's Mr. Kurnell, who is a submitter opposed to the protected root zone for notable tree T227.8, which encroaches into 42 Liverpool Street. He's raised several concerns on the future development of the land, and he also notes that within the protected root zone there is already concrete hard stand and built form located, and although just like the other submitter, although there may already be these hard stand and built structures in the zone, it doesn't follow that the zone should be removed or modified. The mechanism seeks to place constraints on further activities, potentially causing harm to notable trees, and there's no recommendation that it be removed or that the protected root zone be changed. Next, David Manns. He is seeking removal of a group of trees 136 to 0.1 to 24 located on Claude Street. He's concerned that the trees are not significantly old, subject to branch drop, they're causing damage to the footpath and stormwater blockages from leaves. Arborlab has taken a visual reassessment of this group of trees post-submission, and the recommendation is that it be retained, and as further technical reports show that they meet the STEM score threshold for inclusion, and there's no unacceptable risks. Again, those sorts of issues, those nuisance and maintenance issues, are again perfectly legitimate concerns to raise by a landowner or a stakeholder with Hamilton City Council, and the city should respond to them. But they're really separate issues to the question of whether it should be scheduled.
Just a question, and it's just my ignorance of the labelling. Where it says like tree 1 through 6.1 through to 1 through 6.24, is the decimal point meaning it's part of a group of trees?
Yes, that's right.
Thank you.
And then finally, Ms Gray, this submitter opposes the scheduling of a group of notable trees on Mariri Street. The submitter's concern are that the roots are extremely shallow and the trees are likely to fall in extreme weather conditions, and the roots are growing into private property. They've been reassessed by Arborlab, and Mr Redfern Hardesty recommends that the trees be retained as they're exceeding the STEM score, and that he does not consider that there is the level of risk that's been indicated here. So again, with all of those matters, as I said, we haven't seen the evidence. There hasn't been any pre-circulation of evidence on behalf of these submitters. So we'll keep our witnesses available and following the hearing, and just reserve our opportunity to bring the witnesses back if there's anything that needs to be responded to, or if you need any help with a response.
Yeah, but we can conclude, can we, that any submitter that you've covered off here, who is talking about a private tree, is already in the schedule.
Correct.
Yeah.
I think there's one that is asking for a new tree on private property.
Yeah.
There is. I'll go back and check my
No,
notes.
it's Mr Adams or whatever on behalf of. Yeah.
So to conclude, while the notable tree topic attracted 110 submissions, there's only approximately 20 submitters that are seeking to be heard. And of those submitters who do not wish to be heard, many seek to challenge the inclusion or exclusion of trees in the schedule without presenting expert arboricultural evidence to support the submission. And the only reliable expert evidence before the panel addressing the STEM assessments is that to be presented by Mr Redfern Hardesty on behalf of the city. And accordingly, on submissions seeking or relating to the inclusion or exclusion of trees in the schedule, the panel should place reliance on the expertise of Mr Redfern Hardesty and adopt his recommendations. In respect of those submitters who will present evidence at this hearing, while the evidence of these lay witnesses is useful, again, on matters concerning arboriculture and STEM assessments, the panel should place strong reliance on the evidence of Mr Redfern. In relation to submissions seeking to challenge the controls over the protected root zone and other similar controls over activities relating to notable trees, the panel should examine the changes to the notified plan provisions recommended by Ms Galt following the expert witness conferencing and the provision of the 42A report. The updated provisions are practical, they are workable, and they make clear to plan users what activities are permitted and what activities require consent. The controls within the protected root zone strike the appropriate balance between protecting the health of the tree and respecting the private property rights of adjacent landowners. Many submitters identify concerns with leaf and branch debris and similar amenity and safety effects. These concerns are legitimate and may warrant action being taken by Hamilton City Council to resolve them, but they are not necessarily relevant to the issue of whether a tree warrants recognition and protection as a scheduled notable tree. In some cases, the concerns may prompt an intervention by HCC, such as maintenance and even the removal of a tree. In such cases, under the proposed provisions, resource consent can be sought and obtained, or if emergency work is required, it can occur as a permitted activity. In summary, the proposed amendments to Schedule 9D and the associated policy and rule framework is supported by robust expert arboriculture and planning evidence. The public plan change process has resulted in recommended amendments which have further fine-tuned the provisions, and the panel can have a high degree of confidence that there are no impediments to approving PC9 as it relates to notable trees. The proposal will bring meaningful benefits to the city by protecting significant trees that have been identified as prominent natural features and that add character and identity to parts of the city which have ecological, historic, botanic and amenity values worth recognising and protecting. And then just finally, just to the evidence, as I said, we've got Mr. Redfern Hardesty giving arboriculture evidence, and he is online and ready to go. And then that'll be followed by Ms. Galt on planning matters.
Thank you, Mr. Muldowney. Any other questions that we didn't ask?
Just further question on section 6 and 7, and back at early paragraph you took us through three subsections of section 6 as sort of support for, I think you were using in relation to everything in the plan change line. But just focusing on notable trees, and I'll get Mr. Redfern Hardesty to confirm, but I mean, most of the trees seem to be exotic. So the connection to the matters you referred us to in section 6, don't think there is a connection there, but a minute ago you said trees were natural features, and that sort of got me thinking about whether, if it was a very significant tree, then it could be a significant natural feature. So perhaps my legal question to you, which is probably getting fairer to you, is it important to us about what the derivation of legislative support for these trees are between 6 and 7?
Yes, but let's just unpick it. Firstly, the relationship between section 6 and the notable tree topic. My submission to you was that there are section 6 elements that touch on all of the various components of PC9, including notable trees. The linkage between section 6 and notable trees is not as apparent as it is, for example, for the historic heritage area topic or even the SNA topic. But there is a link, and it really comes back to that question of whether a particular tree or stand of trees is an identified area of indigenous vegetation and significant natural habitat. Where a tree or a group of trees meets that criteria, section 6 is engaged. And for that group of trees, or that particular tree, there is actually a higher obligation on you to afford it recognition and protection as a section 6 matter, as opposed to any other tree that's not captured by that section 6 element, which would be more an amenity issue in section 7. So that's the linkage. To make the linkage, it would require you to examine each and every tree and group of tree to determine whether or not it was indigenous or exotic, and whether it met that definition in section 6 or not. In some ways, I'm wondering whether it's particularly relevant, because the STEM assessment just simply brings them all in. It applies an assessment which brings all of the proposed trees in. I think you should only be concerned about a section 6 issue if you are inclined to take a tree out. Because if you let all the trees in the way that Hamilton City is recommending you do in terms of the proposed schedule, you've done your job under section 6. Because any indigenous trees within that group of scheduled trees are recognised and protected. So you've ticked section 6 because of their inclusion. If there is a tree that you are inclined to take out of the schedule, for whatever reason, I think there's a legitimate question to ask, which is it a native tree? And is it a tree or a group of trees which is engaging section 6? Because if it is, even if the STEM score, you decide Mr. Redfern got it wrong and it's 125, not 150, or you're convinced that the power lines across it, even though it might have warranted being included, but the power lines or the health of it or whatever mean you're inclined to take it out, I think you should check in on the nature of the specific nature of the tree, because if it's an indigenous tree or a group of trees, I think it's a question as to whether or not section 6 is engaged, and if it is, that would be a reason why, all other factors being considered, you'd still hang on to it and still schedule it.
So would that apply also to the trees that Mr Redfern has recommended? You know, like the one for excluding on the basis of conflict with power lines and another one for health purposes. We need to, if they are Indigenous trees, we need to specifically look at section 6 for those matters in our decision making.
Yes, I would say you do.
I mean, if it's on the operative schedule already, it's not able to be disturbed. Yeah, it's both.
Well, yes, it is. I mean, that's the point about PC9 is that it's re-examined those that are in the operative schedule, and it's put them through a new evaluation.
Yes.
And it just so happens that all of those trees in the operative schedule that have been put through the new STEM evaluation came out the other side of it and were retained. It's entirely open to you as a panel to decide that one of those particular trees actually doesn't cut the mustard.
But we would need to do it on the basis of some sort of arboreal assessment, an expert assessment,
That's
not,
right.
not a whim, or not our own whim for that matter. Yeah. Right. Ewan, anything?
No.
All right. Do you want to go to Mr. Redfern Hardesty, or do you want to have a short break? And
Why don't we have a short break? That's gone on longer than I expected. My apologies for that.
well, no, don't apologise, because I mean I think the way that you framed the submissions and going through all of that actually is going to save us quite a bit of time in the next hour or so. So that's
Great. Okay, well, that's good. I think if we do take a break, that would be helpful. We can get him set up, ready to go, and then when we come back from the break, he'll be queued up. And,
good. Righto. Well, should we say 10:02 in that case? Thank you. Back.
Okay. Relates to the historic heritage topic. There is currently a direction which was made many months ago requiring legal submissions to be filed on behalf of Hamilton City Council by last week. I think it was midway through last week, and in fact all parties. The notable tree topic, which is the first of the three topics, was filed on Wednesday. The SNA topic was filed on Friday of last week, and the HHA legal submissions finishing. And I expect to have them filed by 9 AM or 8:30 on Wednesday morning.
Right.
And I'm just asking for leave to do so, and just a slight adjustment to that existing direction to enable me that time. That will still be obviously 3 clear days ahead of the HHA topic starting on the following Monday.
Yeah.
And I just ask for leave to do that. So.
Yep. Happy to grant that.
Thanks, Ed.
And if we said no, it wouldn't make no difference anyway, would it?
Well, I'd probably have to leave and finish them off. But
no, that's
thank you,
fine.
appreciate it.
Do you want that formally issued?
If we could just get a short minute to that effect out today, that would be very helpful.
That later on today.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And over to my friend, Ms. Thomas, who's going to lead the witnesses for HCC.
Right.
Can I just confirm that we have Mr. Redfern Hardesty online and that he can hear me?
Thank you.
Mr. Redfern, can you hear me? Just make sure you've got your microphone on.
It's connected, it's not.
Right. Good morning, Mr. Redfern.
I take it he's got one good arm?
Yes.
If it's watching live stream, it's about 25 seconds behind the actual proceedings.
Where is he? Is he overseas or something?
It was watching live stream earlier.
Right.
Hi there.
Hello. Can you just confirm that you can hear me?
I'm getting a lot of static. I can't hear you guys very well.
Good morning, Mr. Redfern. Can you hear me?
I can just hear you.
Just move closer to the microphone. Does that assist?
It does assist. It's just there's a lot of static in the background. It makes it very hard to hear.
Okay, well, we'll proceed and see how we go. I can repeat questions if necessary.
Yeah.
So just dealing with the evidential formalities first, can you confirm that your full name is Jonathan Ray Redfern Hardesty?
Yeah, that's correct. You can call me John, though. Makes it easier.
Okay, well, Mr. Redfern, will that do?
Yep, that's fine.
Thank you. And you're a qualified arborist and the principal arboricultural consultant at Arborlab Limited?
Correct.
And you've prepared a statement of evidence dated 14 April 2023?
Yes.
And to the best of your knowledge, it is true and correct?
Yep. Yes.
Thank you. And I'll just confirm that the panel has pre-read the evidence and...
We certainly have pre-read his primary statement, but I understand he's got a supplementary.
he does not. It was just a primary statement from Mr. Redfern.
Okay.
So the intention was to have him just read his executive summary.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Mr. Redfern, can you please read your executive summary?
Yeah. Executive summary. Number 7. My involvement in PC9 commenced in early 2022 when Arborlab was engaged by HCC to undertake assessments of trees within the HCC open spaces to determine whether they should be afforded notable tree recognition in their ODP. Can you guys hear me very well?
Yeah, no, that's fine, Mr. Redfern, thank you.
Cool. Number 8, the scope of the sorry, I'm hearing myself. I'm just wondering if it's repeating back to me.
He must be in the public one as well. He needs to shut down that tab.
If you got the live stream open as well, Mr. Redfern? No. Well, the
Just
sound,
delay.
yeah, the sound is okay on our end, so if you could proceed to read.
It must be because I'm speaking, then I can hear myself in the background. I'll carry on, I'll give it a go. 8. The scope of the assessment included a reassessment of existing notable trees recorded in the ODP and the assessment of other trees growing within the road reserve and open space reserves within the city to determine whether any additional trees warranted inclusion within the notable tree section of the ODP. 9. Our individual tree assessments were completed in April 2022 and in June 2022, Arborlab presented HDC with its completed assessment, which was then used to inform the updated notable trees schedule set out in the notified version of PC9. A copy of the original assessment is set out at Appendix 11 to the Section 32 report dated 22 June 2022, which supports the PC9. Further detail of the assessment methodology and each individual assessment is included within the original assessment. 10. I'm aware that there are numerous submissions lodged in respect to the notable tree topic in PC9. I reviewed those submissions and undertook a comprehensive review of the trees and the associated issues that were identified in the submissions. Ahead of expert conferencing on this topic, I produced a further technical report which was responded to the submission points relating to the schedule of notable trees and the root zone protection zone, and set out my recommendations in relation to the matters raised in those submissions. A copy of the further technical report is set out in attachment 1 of the statement of evidence. 11. I attended expert witness conferencing on the topic of arboriculture and planning on the 15th of March 2023, and I can confirm that I signed the joint witness statement that was produced at the conference. The JWS records my agreement that Rule 20.3.5 should be clarified in terms of how the 3 metre setback is measured. It also records my agreement that Rule 20.3W8 requires requirement to clarify permitted parking activities. 12. In addition to these amendments signalled in the further technical report and the JWS, I also considered there are a number of further requirements to the rule framework which will provide better clarity in terms of permitted and restricted discretionary activities and make the provisions in relation to the protected root zone more workable. My comments in relation to the rule framework are set out in attachment 2 of this evidence. 13. I have provided these comments to Ms. Laura Galt of HEC Planner for her consideration, and note many of these recommendations and the recommendations in the further technical report are reflected in the final set of proposed plan provisions.
Thank you, Mr. Redfern. If you wouldn't mind just answering questions now from the panel. I don't know who wants to kick this off. Okay.
Yep.
Good morning, Mr. Redfern. Can you confirm that the large majority of trees are not native trees?
I don't have the exact numbers, but I think they are. I think there's more exotics than natives, but that's just typical on road reserves and reserves.
Yes, and also that the large majority are also just based on obviously the recent exercise, but also the ones that are already in the operative district plan, they are also in public space, not private space.
Can you repeat the question?
Are the large majority of trees in the public space, not private space?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Redfern, talk to us a bit more about how the STEM assessment is undertaken. And I'm particularly interested in, I think in your evidence, you note that councils around the country apply a different standard at the point at which a notable tree is classified. I think in your evidence it's something between 87 or something and upwards of, well upwards of 130, which is the threshold that you've determined should be the threshold for notable trees. Just talk to us about that.
Yeah, so our theory or our way of thinking was we wanted to allow a large portion of trees to be recorded without devaluing the integrity of the notable tree population. In other councils, so to speak, they are sort of doing that along the lines of where we're thinking of at the moment, but previous to this, where they have had existing trees beforehand, they have done, some of the councils have done quite a higher amount of trees, a higher score of trees, and that just reflects probably a more notable tree stock, and their desire to just protect more of the bigger, larger trees, where we wanted to pick up as many as possible.
Well, if you wanted to pick up as many as possible, presumably you could have gone to a lower score rather than the 130. I guess I'm just trying to get a sense as to what the 130 actually means. I mean, how many, for example, in terms of a proportion, how many of the trees fell, 130, say, between 130 and 150 as opposed to 150 to 200? How is that sort of spread?
I wouldn't have those exact figures for you, but the average score was around 140 to 160. We did 130 because that was picking up quite a lot of trees. And as I say, it doesn't devalue that as a notable tree stock as well. If you're picking up trees below that, I mean, there has to be a cut-off point, but there are a number of trees just below that score as well, which haven't made it onto the list.
Is there work being done within the arborist community, the professional community, to actually standardise the threshold for a notable tree?
No, it's really up to the local authorities of what score they want to have on their notable tree list. So we've recently done one for a local authority up north, which was also done at 130 as well. So we've landed on that as quite a nice little sort of figure to keep quite a lot of trees and keep the nice ones as well.
And presumably then there are other councils around the country that are also, different question. Are all councils now moving towards the STEM system rather than the previous NZHIA, or whatever the acronym is for the previous classification system?
Yes. It's a slow process. I mean, it only comes up every 10 years, and STEM hasn't been around. STEM's been around for a while. The previous model method, it was kind of an unworkable mathematical equation to get their scoring done. This one here, it uses a lot more logical terms in arboriculture, and it can be spread across any topography a lot easier.
So in terms of attaining a score of 130, and I just need to pull up your, can you just take me to the paragraph where you explain how the different systems, I think I've got it now. Right. I'm looking at your paragraphs where you're talking about that. So it's paragraph 16 through to whatever it is, 20 or so. And there's obviously a reason why, in terms of looking at your paragraph 18, that the criteria are giving a score of 30, and those intervals, which are 3, 9, 15, 21, 26, which are, six units apart from each other. And then at the end of that paragraph, you talk about the notability criteria, which can add what seems like an extraordinarily wide metric, which would presumably swing almost any tree. In actual fact, it was notable with a range of 30 to 270 points. Seems incredibly arbitrary. Can you justify that?
No, well, the 3, 9, 15, 21 is sort of based on 30 or percentage range. So that's how that becomes, gets to that point. The notability one, as arborists, we try and steer away from that because that's got a lot of different criteria in it that we're not experts in. But yeah, it can provide, because we're talking about notable trees, that's probably, if there's information on those trees, the value is weighted quite a lot towards that.
Yeah, so are you saying that you didn't use the notability evaluation in terms of reaching your 130s?
No, if we've got information, we would use it if there's a plaque next to it, or there's something quite obvious, or that there's a section in there where a status or age is over 100 years old, and we know that tree's 100 years old, we'd use it then, but quite often there's information in there we can't really provide. It's for historians or cultural purposes or stuff like that.
Sorry, so that I'm not sure that answered the question. The question was whether you used the notability evaluation in your assessment. Did you use that at all?
There are a couple in there where we know the tree was over 100 years old that we've scored it there.
Right. Okay. All right. So basically, that's the trump card at that point.
Yeah, that's usually when a historian will come in or a cultural assessment will come in on the tree, and they will fill out that part of the STEM assessment.
Okay. Right. Okay. Ewan?
Yeah, Mr. Redfern, I just want you to expand, if you could, on the protected root zone and how the calculations are formulated. Yeah, how about that?
Well, technically, we would measure the girth of the tree, and at 1.4, which is diameter at breast height, which is an old forestry height, but it gives a nice standard. Or if the tree forks off at around that height, we'd measure it below the fork or the closest we can. And through that girth measurement, we take the diameter, we calculate the diameter, and it's the diameter times 12.
Diameter times 12, okay.
Yeah, so for instance, if you've got a diameter, stem diameter of 1,000, your root protection zone would be 12 metres.
And so all species of trees are calculated the same way, and if they are, do all trees have the same type of root networks?
Pretty much so. Yeah, so the calculation is exactly the same. Doesn't matter what the tree is. The only difference is when there's a multiple stem tree coming out from the ground level, and the calculation gets a little bit complicated there. But the difference between root zones, between native and exotic trees, there's no difference.
All right, thank you. And just to remove any ambiguity, that formula matrix was used when determining significant trees in the operative district plan. So there's consistency in how you've landed on both?
So the previous formula did use a DBH measurement and a multiplication, but it was a sliding scale. So for young trees, it was different to where the multiplication figure was different from young trees to old trees. The smallest one in the old system was 6 times DBH, and the largest was 15 times DBH.
And can I just ask you why that was? I mean, your previous statement was that the multiplier of 12 actually applies to all trees regardless of age and size. So why previously was there a variance between 6 and 15 dBH?
I'm not too sure why they used that, but the theory is that a young tree can tolerate more disturbance to the root zone, so it doesn't need to be as big. But a large old tree requires more root zone area to protect.
Yeah.
The new system was developed and tested and peer reviewed over a number of years, and that's I think it's just a standard people have landed on. I mean, the British standard and the Australian standards have landed on it, and we use it in best practice management quite often as well. There are other theories out there. A lot of them can go up to 15, but we're just following what's the accepted one at the moment.
Sorry, so the 12 multiplier is an international standard in Australia and other parts of the world.
Yeah, Great Britain and the American standard also use 12 times dBH.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, you go.
Mr. Redfern, Harder Street. Just a question. One of the submitters raised an issue about the power lines conflict, and you've recommended that the trees, I think it might have been at Opoya Road, that be removed. I was just wondering, where there is a situation where there are power line conflicts, is that always a case of they shouldn't be a protected tree, or is it context specific?
It's very much content specific, because you can have trees existing near power lines and they just need a little bit of maintenance going forward. But there's some trees where the power lines are so close to them, it's probably preferable not to have them as a notable tree.
Thank you. And so your recommendation in this particular instance was that they are just so close that it's better to not have it as a notable tree?
Yeah, correct.
Thank you. And then the other question I had, and apologies if you've already covered this, was with this plan change 9, there are no trees which, when you did your reassessment, did you remove any trees from the schedule which were indigenous trees?
No, I'm not sure about that. I'd have to look at the figures. I mean, we as arborists, we don't really have a huge favouritism between exotic and indigenous trees, because they both provide the same benefits. Ecologically speaking, and I'm sort of veering into someone else's territory, there's a few different benefits to them, but solely for arboriculture, there's not a huge amount of benefit differences.
Thank you. The reason for the question was just we had received some advice from council for HCC if we were looking to remove trees from a schedule and they were indigenous trees, then there's a sort of a higher test or a different test that we need to apply to be satisfied that it's appropriate to remove them. So that was sort of why I asked the question.
Yeah, not from an arboricultural point of view, there's no difference.
Thank you.
Mr. Redfern, just whilst others are thinking, at paragraph 27, there are 2 rules that you've commented on, and I note in the version that we've now got in front of us that 20.3V is slightly different, doesn't include that 3 metre setback at all now, and I just want to check with you that that accords with where you're at on that particular rule. Do you have a copy of the rule in front of you?
No, not particularly that rule. I do know of it. I can bring it up if you give me a bit of time.
Well, I'm happy for you to
come back to it.
Yeah, I'm happy for you to come back to us on that. So the 2 issues are 20.3V, which, in your evidence, you've noted that there's an error in the relevant measurement should be taken at the base of the tree, but that reference to the base of the tree has been removed and 3 metres has been removed from that. So if you just come back to us on that. And the other is the following statement about 20.3 W Roman 8 requires refinement to clarify, and I just want to check whether in actual fact the amendments that's in there actually satisfies you in terms of that matter. So can you...
Yeah, and I've seen those. I've seen those in there, and I'm happy with those.
Yep, okay, all right, thank you.
Mr. Redfern, I had some questions on the implementation of the rules. Are you involved with applications to undertake works within the root zone of trees typically?
Yes.
Yes. So if you've got a situation where the root zone of one or more trees within or on a neighbouring property of where the proposal is to take place, and the root zone is quite extensive in its coverage, how does that normally play out? And I mean, is there any situation where a development would not be able to proceed because of the extent of the root zone?
Yeah, there potentially is potential for developments not to proceed, but however, what we try and do is it's a trigger to allow the arborist to assess it. I mean, there's quite a few permitted activities allowed within the district plan. However, there are quite a few restrictions we need to do that ensures the safety of the tree and the health of the tree long term. So yeah, quite often we have to ask for alternative plans or alternative methods of doing the works within the root zone of a tree.
Right. Okay, so there may be a need to amend the design or hopefully in the finalisation of the plans that discussion's been held, so that's taken into account that there are going to be too many large roots within or likely to be too many large roots within the works area, so that they need to amend the plans, and so usually you sort of find a solution around that.
Yeah, and if there's no solution, that's when we looked at what other alternatives there are, such as like tree removal or something like that. But typically, if it's just a development of a site, and quite often people can know that there's a protected tree, they know the limitations, and then can work around it.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Just maybe more of a question for Ms. Gould in due course, but I just want to put this to you, Mr. Redfern. I've just noticed that in the earthworks part of the rule matrix, we've still got references to earthworks in drip lines and canopy. Is it your view that all of the rules should specify the protected root zone rather than refer to drip lines and canopies and other sort of more observable elements?
From an arboricultural point of view, yeah, root zone is the best course of determining where the root should be.
Because I mean, I noticed that earthworks under, for example, I'm looking at 25.2.3J, I think it is, where earthworks within the drip line of trees is actually a permitted activity subject to some other matters. But I'm assuming that from your point of view, you would have some concerns, would you, if obviously the protected root zone lies outside the drip line?
Yes, I would.
So
yeah.
Maybe that's I don't know whether it's a consistency element, but maybe it's just something you have a look at, Ms. Gould, and come back to us on. Thank you, anything else from Mr. Redfern? All right, thank you, Mr. Redfern-Hardesty. Appreciate your evidence and taking time, and hopefully whichever arm it is that you've got a problem with resolves itself shortly.
Sir, can I just ask a couple of points in clarification? I'm sorry to do this. It was just in relation to the extent of the root zone. I just wanted to be clear on a couple of points. The first was the measurement, Mr. Redfern, where you take the diameter of the tree trunk and you apply a multiple, I think you said, of 12, and that gives you the root zone. Can we just be clear that what it's giving you is the radius of the root zone, not the diameter of the root zone, but the radius of the root zone?
Yeah, the radius of the root zone, then it's extrapolated around the trunk of the tree.
Right, and that was my next question. You then measure the radius from the trunk, the external trunk, not a nominal centre of the tree, but from the trunk?
Yeah, all the standards, international standards, so centre of trunk.
Sorry, centre of trunk. So you make you must make a sort of a nominal, I guess you'd take the radius of the tree trunk and you'd subtract it, right?
Your pi.
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay. And then the next question was, and this was a matter that was raised by the panel earlier in questions to me, was what do you do about the growth of a root zone over a 10-year period, which can be the length of a district plan? Does the measurement of the root zone have a degree of redundancy in terms of growth, or how would you explain that?
Well, we're talking about typically mature or over-mature trees, very large trees, and by the time they get to the point where we're scheduling them, because they're large enough to be scheduled, the girth of the tree, which is what we take the measurement from, doesn't expand a huge amount. So the root zone that we take as a snapshot in time, it will expand over time, but it's really nominal, the amount of growth that we'll put on within 10 years.
Can I just follow that up? So just to confirm that, so there are no young trees, if you like, in your classification?
No, not trees that will expand a huge amount over time.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Redfern. I think you're excused.
Right.
And then that brings us to Council's second and final witness on the notable tree topic, Ms. Galt. Confirm, Ms. Galt, that your full name is Laura Jane Galt, and that you're an intermediate planner at HCC. Yes. And you've prepared a statement of evidence dated 14 April 2023 and a rebuttal statement of evidence dated 12 May 2023. And best of your knowledge, is that true and correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Can you please read your executive summary in your statement of evidence and then your rebuttal statement?
You might want to pull the microphone towards you a little bit too. Welcome, Ms. Gold.
Thank you. Starting at paragraph 9 of my primary evidence, PC9 replaced the existing assessment criteria used for the identification of significant trees with the STEM method, the standard tree evaluation method, to ensure best practice and commonly used criteria was employed. In preparation of PC9, the existing significant trees recorded in the ODP were reassessed using the new STEM methodology. And in addition, a further survey of trees on public land, which was street and reserves, was undertaken. This resulted in approximately 1,000 new trees being proposed to be added to the notable tree schedule 9D of the ODP. In addition to the proposed expansion of the schedule of notable trees in the ODP, PC9 introduced a revised set of rules to address the gaps in the ODP framework, specifically changes to the pruning and maintenance of notable trees, which are detailed in paragraphs 22 to 25 of this evidence. Works within the protected root zone, which is set out in paragraphs 26 to 30, and the definitions. I have reviewed the Section 42A report, the additional technical report prepared by ArborLab in response to submissions, and the evidence of Mr. Redfern for HCC. I agree with the recommendations within the 42A report, and also Mr. Redfern's recommended drafting edits, which are reflected in the amended plan provisions set out at attachment 1 to my evidence. I just want to note one of Mr. Redfern's recommended edits to 20.3T Roman numeral I was omitted in error. I'll now move to my rebuttal. Response to the submissions, Isadawn, Mr. Robb. The Isadawn submission number 301 opposes the inclusion of trees T172.1 to 172.20 into Appendix 9, Schedule 9D as notable trees, and sought changes to activities that could be undertaken in the protected root zone. Paragraph 16. Mr. Robb does not dispute Mr. Redfern's arboricultural assessment of the trees. However, he notes that because the trees are located on a council reserve, they are already afforded protection through the Reserves Management Act 1977, the Reserves Act. While tree protection is provided for under the Reserves Act, it does not follow that HEC should not employ other available tools to protect ecologically significant trees. Territorial authorities have obligations under Sections 6C and 7 of the Resource Management Act to protect such trees. The tree rules in the district plan are in place to comply with those obligations and to protect the important functions of the trees as recognised in the RMA. Paragraph 18. I disagree with Mr. Robb's opinion that the protection of afforded notable trees by the district plan is superfluous, above and beyond what is provided by the HEC Open Space and Reserves Management Plans. Nor do I agree that the benefits of the district plan's protection of the tree are outweighed by the impact of the development potential of the site. While there is national direction to enable greater intensification under district plans, and HEC's Plan Change 12 process is underway to give effect to that, that does not displace the requirement that HEC identify and protect ecologically significant trees. As recorded in Mr. Redfern's primary evidence, protection of a tree's root zone is a critical element to protecting the tree itself. In my view, the district plan framework, which includes rules for protecting notable trees while providing for their maintenance or removal under a resource consent, is the most effective mechanism for balancing the competing interests identified by Mr. Robb. Paragraph 19. I note the issue raised by Mr. Robb regarding the accuracy of trees identified in submission point 301.4 is currently mapped. I agree that the location of the trees appears to be incorrect, particularly those clearly shown on the private driveway adjoining the reserve. While the aerial maps are fairly accurate, there can be a margin of error and therefore should not solely be relied on for mapping point data. However, I agree that the point data needs to be updated to accurately map the location of the trees. Paragraph 22 to 24, Mr. Robb seeks an amendment to Rule 20.3b, Roman numerals 6 and 7, to remove the reference to the building envelope. I acknowledge his reasons for seeking the removal of the term and support the deletion of the words envelope or. C and R in Wānakosauria. By way of background, the Wānakosauриas did not lodge a primary submission on Plan Change 9 within the specified time frame. However, using the further submission form, they did request the removal of proposed notable tree T167 from Schedule 9D, as well as its physical removal from the road reserve on the basis that it presents a health and safety risk. I note that no primary submission was made by any person addressing notable tree T167. The Wānakosauриas also submitted to the hearing administrator material entitled Evidence Summary Opposing Notable Tree Proposal T167, which was provided by the deadline for submitters to lodge expert evidence. This evidence summary does not constitute expert evidence. The issue of whether the Wānakosauриas have standing to seek relief in the PC9 process and the weight to be given to the evidence summary has been addressed in HEC's opening legal submissions. Nevertheless, I address the matters raised by the Wānakosauриas in the event that the panel determined that they do have standing. I note that no expert arboricultural evidence has been provided challenging the tree's stem assessment. In my view, there's no evidential justification for removing T167 from Schedule 9D. Turning to the safety risk, being located in a berm, HEC is responsible for proposed notable tree T167. If a traffic safety issue is raised with respect to a notable tree, it is HEC's transportation unit that must determine whether the risk is such that it should seek a resource consent to have the tree physically removed. I have discussed the Wanaka-Soria's safety concerns with the relevant council staff and the transportation unit. I am advised that the unit does not consider that the tree presents a safety risk such that the tree removal is necessary. Rather, it is considered that measures can be employed by drivers exiting the property to reduce any traffic safety risk involving the tree. I would invite the Wanaka-Sorias to make contact with the transportation unit if they wish to have a direct discussion with the unit and can provide the necessary contact details if they are interested. As the physical removal of the tree is not a matter within the scope of PC9, I do not address that request any further. In conclusion, I recommend the retention of notable trees T172.1 to 172.20 in Schedule 9D, noting that a correction of the map location may be required. I support the suggested amendment to Rule 20.3B, and it should read Roman numeral 6 and 7 to remove the word envelope or. And there's a possible consequential amendment to 20.3W for Roman numeral 4, where that term is also used. I do not support the removal of tree T167 from the Schedule 9D. Physical removal of the tree is not a matter within the scope of PC9.
And Ms. Gold, I understand that you wanted to respond to a number of matters arising from the discussion this morning.
Yes. The first one related to Mr. Sargent's question regarding why not private land trees. There are a number of trees that are on private land that were identified in the assessment, the overall assessment, and they are listed in, I think, Appendix 11 of the Section 32, but they were not part of Plan Change 9, and that was because it was a elected member direction to only include public trees on public land.
Sorry, just to clarify, did you say that they were included in the Section 32 assessment?
The STEM assessments that they undertook are there, but they're all notated as private property and they were not included in Schedule 9D.
Sorry, can I just explore that a bit further? Were those, so were trees right across Hamilton investigated in that? So all trees on private land were actually assessed?
Yes.
Or just some? I mean,
So ArborLab were tasked with identifying, while they were out doing the public trees, they were identifying any that were on public land, on private land, and they undertook a initial assessment of those trees.
Right, so those are private trees in the vicinity of public trees?
Yeah.
Basically. Yeah.
And were they the private trees that were previously scheduled, or they were new private trees?
New private trees.
And the decision was taken that they should not be taken?
Yes, that was an elected member decision to not include.
Okay. So it's your fault, isn't it?
Can we just be clear on that? Because I think in terms of Ms. Morrison-Shaw's question, they weren't the subject of a Section 32 evaluation. They were the subject of the original arborist assessment, but they were not taken forward in terms of a 32 analysis.
Thank you.
That's a fairly important distinction.
The second one was the question around the terminology of significant tree versus moving to a notable tree. That I understand is common practice across councils to use notable trees, and also removing the word significant tree starts to raise other RMA questions that we don't need to be addressing. And I believe, sorry.
Just before you go there, I'm just thinking. So are some notable trees also significant in terms of SNAs? Because SNAs are on both private and public land.
Yes.
So do some trees carry dual classification in effect?
Potentially, it would be a case of checking where those trees are located, but I think for the most part,
I mean, presumably there'll be bat roosts, for example, bat roosting trees that will come under both. There'll be mature trees, obviously, because by the definition, bat roosts are older trees.
yeah, so my recollection is that obviously the boom trees aren't SNAs. The ones that are on reserves, they may be on the border of an SNA. I really can't recall any instances where they are squarely within the SNA.
All right.
Just to sort of explore another issue in relation to that, are some trees that are notable trees also the subject of other, or do they also trigger other subsections under Section 6? For example, historic heritage. So could a tree be notable because it's got some sort of historic heritage value as well? And do we have evidence on that, or is that outside the scope of what PC9 has considered?
So the STEM assessments do include that notability, and that's where any historic information would be recorded and scored. So it would essentially bump up the score of a notable tree if it's already been scheduled.
Okay, so in terms of the STEM assessment, the ArborLab assessment would have considered whether there was any historic heritage value of the tree?
They have, unless it was already recorded on existing trees, I believe they haven't completed that section for the majority of trees unless they can record the age, because it brings in a skill set of historians and cultural to address those matters.
I got the distinct impression, perhaps we should ask Mr. Redfern for that, but I got the distinct impression that from him that notability was more of an age factor than anything else, and that anything that was 80 years old was probably going to be automatically a tick. That's what I took from what he was saying. So you can't be young history.
I guess it's often something that comes up in plan change hearings is that the scope of what's been examined is defined by what the council decides, and that's sort of then what you have to go with. But I guess I haven't really sort of formed my thoughts on this as to whether, as an independent planner, you consider that the objective of in Section 20 of the plan, which is very simple, says the values of notable trees are protected and maintained, whether that objective has actually been fulfilled by refining the scope of what's looked at by the plan change. So in other words, have you actually achieved that objective by doing this? Because it seems to me that the council's directive actually is sort of like confine that down. You care to comment?
So I understand that those trees on private properties, which is what we're addressing, there is the potential for another plan change to come through and incorporate those, albeit the scope of this plan change was to identify the public trees.
I guess the council could have said anybody wanting to schedule their tree, put their hands up. That would have been one way of sort of like bringing in a few more into the fold. I guess you may have picked up some. Probably most people don't want that.
Yes, and I know, speaking from past experience, that people have identified trees and they have been brought through in miscellaneous plan changes previously, where they've identified and it's met the criteria.
Okay, thank you.
Just so I'm clear, there's been no change to the protected root zone formula from that used in the operative district plan in any material respect?
Sorry?
So the protected root zone formula, the calculation, that's, I understand from Mr Muldowney's submissions this morning that the protected root zone is a method that's used in the operative district plan at the moment. So in Plan Change 9, there's been no change to that formula, that calculation. It's just carried over and trees have been reassessed using that same formula. Is that correct?
So the protected root zone, it has changed the formula. So we've moved to a simpler version, which is that height times by 12. The diameter of the trunk times by 12, whereas previously it was as a three-tiered, sort of based on age, as Mr Redfern described.
So in the operative plan,
In the operative plan, yes.
Okay. There is a change. Okay.
Yes.
Right, sorry, I probably misled there. I had thought that in the draft text that we've got that the cross-outs related to the operative, but that's not the case, obviously. So we need to have a look at the operative definition. I mean, certainly I picked up from Mr Redfern that variable of 6 to 15 was part of it. That pricked my ears up at that point as well. Right.
So we've moved
So
from...
basically, I'm looking at the definition here. So the green is the notified, which has now been crossed out because there's no blue substitute. So that's how I read that.
Yes, so the green is
Okay.
notified, yes.
Okay.
Sorry, just to clarify, the protected root zone will be shown in green. If you're looking for the old definition of the root protection zone, that's later in the chapter because it's alphabetical and it's crossed out.
Do we know what the
right.
effect of the
Okay.
change in the formula is? I mean, are the changes just sort of updates, not substantively affecting the spatial extent of the protected root zone, or is there, through this plan change and this change of formula, a greater or a lesser protected root zone? Do we know?
I wouldn't have the exact figures, but because it was based on age and it went from a range of 6 through to 15, some may have expanded, some may have shrunk.
We'll get Mr Redfern to come back to you on that point.
Yeah. I mean, it seems to depend. I mean, vigour was the key criterion in the old definition. So, for those of us who are beyond vigour, we're reduced in breast height, apparently.
And then another question was, there's obviously been a number of changes to the provisions in relation to trees, and I'm just wanting to understand from a general perspective, are the changes which have been made more lenient or more stringent than the sort of the protection provided for in the operative district plan?
There's a mix. There were some gaps that we've filled in, so it's set out whether it's appropriate to have a permitted activity versus we already had the restricted discretionary activity for a root protection zone in there, but there was that gap for what was permitted, so we've hopefully cleared that up.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, can I ask also on that one? So was in the ODP was the root protection zone mapped and shown, or was it an on the ground assessment when some application came?
It would have been an on the ground assessment based on those
Okay,
observations.
so parties will not know whether in actual fact they're advantaged or disadvantaged by the change, presumably.
No.
Right. Okay. All right.
Okay. And then just in terms of that while we're on the mapping topic, so the protected root zone is now shown as part of the plan, so it will form part of the district plan maps. Is that correct? Is there any chance of getting demonstration of what that looks like? It would just be useful. Sorry, I haven't had a chance to have a look at it.
You've been waiting. Yes. Let's hope it works.
We need Mr Rice.
Laura, did you want to drive it? Did you want to maybe jump up and make sure that we're...
There's a pointer, I think, here. If you need, do you need a pointer? There's a pointer
I was
here.
just wondering about the driving. Okay. Yeah.
Maybe just get rid of the other layers.
Yes, sorry, apologies, my eyesight isn't. No. Really sorry, I'm going to have to go closer. I can't see.
If you get rid of the bottom 4.
Get rid of all of those and just add one back on again.
Just while Ms. Gott's doing that, I'm just thinking about that map. I mean, if you want to interrogate that, you should also be able to leave the SNA, the proposed SNA layer on, and the significant, or the notable tree layer on, and then you can see where the intersection lies.
Yeah. And similarly with the HHA?
Yes.
So we can see over here, this is the, we've got these dots which are our trees, and then the dotted circle around these trees is the protected root zone for the trees. So you can see this is Memorial Park, so there's a number that overlap. We can see on here.
So that dot is a representative of the trunk?
Representative of the trunk of the tree. And those were all...
So that was GPS?
They were all GPS, yeah.
Yeah. And when was the last aerial flow?
So these are 2021, 2023 aerials that are imminent.
Right, yeah.
And there's not going to return anything on that one.
So in the operative district plan, there weren't these nice dotted lines to show people where the protected root zone was.
No.
So this is much easier then for people to understand the impacts, whether or not they need to
how far
consider
it goes. Yeah. This is being a little bit slow. Imagine it's our Wi-Fi. If you click on a tree in the protected root zone, on the left-hand side, information will come up about that tree and which one it is.
So what was the, just thinking, what was the issue with the previous system with obviously something which is a little bit less, or a little bit more flexible in terms of vigour of the tree and so on, and actually modifying the root zone of relevance? What was found to be problematic? Was something found difficult, or is this just a sort of an intellectual shift, basically?
To the current...
To the new system, to the new stem plus the 12-metre metric.
I understand that it's best practice.
Yeah, I'm just wondering why it's best practice. I mean, presumably it's best practice because the previous practice had a problem with it, but the previous practice seemed to me to be more flexible. Intuitively, flexibility is better practice.
I don't know the answer to that, Max.
Right.
It may have been, in terms of Section 32, an efficiency question, because with the previous practice there would have to be these site-by-site evaluations done, whereas under this system you go to the plan, you have certainty, there's the root protection zone, you're either in it or you're out of it. There are costs and benefits obviously associated with either approach.
Yeah, there are. Yes. And I mean, I just noticed when looking through, well, I think I noticed when looking through, there are no controlled activities with respect to notable trees. It's either RDs or...
It's permitted or RD.
Yeah, right.
So these maps form part of the district plan. So if consent is granted to remove a tree, and then subsequently further development is required on site, it will still be shown as a notable tree in the plan because the plan won't have been updated. what does that mean in terms of requiring consent? Is there still consent required when the tree's actually gone, even though, because it's still shown in the plan?
I'm not sure that I would necessarily accept that you couldn't just simply update the plan using, what is it? Is it clause 20?
Just a minor.
I think if the tree, intuitively I would say if the tree is removed and there's no question and the tree is gone, I would have thought it seems practical to just simply go in and use clause 20 to update the map and the schedule.
Maybe you should think about having a direction in the plan to that effect, to enable that to happen, basically, to make it sensible.
You certainly wouldn't want to go through a first schedule process to update your map.
Or have some super efficient planning officer say, no, you can't do anything there because the non-existent tree is still in the plan.
We'll assess it. We'll assess your imaginary effects against the imaginary tree. Yeah, no, we don't want to be there.
Okay.
Just as a case in point on the mapping, could you go to, and it relates to Mr. Rob's evidence, at 89 Fox Street, next door to the Galloway Park there?
This is the problem of allowing commissioners to bring their own screens, you see.
That's the question anyway.
I just thought about that.
Very good idea.
Or high behind SNAs.
What's the address?
What's the address?
89 Fox. FOX. No, I tried that too, doesn't it? I just do it through.
Ham East, is it?
That's it, yeah. So all those trees are on the council reserve, and it shows all of the PRZs in relation to each of those trees. Okay. All right, thank you.
Just for clarity, Scott, so they would have always been on the title, so anyone looking at buying a property would be able to identify the predicted root zone.
So these would be new trees identified through Plan Change 9, so they weren't previously in the district plan. So I don't know what's recorded on the title is at this stage.
We're looking at trees that are on public land, though, these ones. But there is an important issue here, which is how they're treated in the limbs. Yeah, so any property which is affected by a protected root zone, which is coming from a public space encroaching into a private space, needs some form of limb recognition.
And so I'm assuming those that were in the operative district plan, they would appear on the limb.
I don't know.
Yeah.
You'd hope so.
Don't know.
That's a piece of work, that is, isn't it?
I do know that for limbs they are noting the Plan Change 9 trees on the limbs. From
But
discussions.
is that just noting the trees or the particular
I believe
root zone?
both I believe.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that would be the right mechanism, certainly. All right. Yeah. All right, I think that's
Oh, sorry.
apparently not.
Sorry, there was one question I had in relation to your primary statement of evidence. It's para 41. And you just say there that there's a number of technical suggestions not included by Ms. Soy, and that you consider those should be retained. And I'm just wondering, are they still not part of the set of provisions which are put forward before us, or have they been subsequently picked up as being agreed to by and it might be a question for the Section 42A authors, but thought I'd just ask you.
So this is in paragraph 41?
41 of your evidence, you say there are several technical suggestions not included by Ms. Soy. I'm just wondering whether they've now been picked up or whether there's still an area of disagreement between you and one of the Section 42A authors.
No, they have been picked up.
They have been picked up.
You'll hear from Ms. So later.
Cool.
And just just a trivial typo in terms of your 31E, the rule 30.3W Roman 9. You've noted the additional wording in there, but if you have a look at the wording, the second word in blue should be planting rather than planning.
Yes,
Right.
that should be
Okay.
corrected.
Right. Anything else? All right, thank you for today.
All right, well that concludes the evidence so far for Hamilton City Council. We will just reserve our position to recall either Mr. Redfern or Ms. Gold once we hear the evidence from the submitters. But apart from that, we are complete.
Right. And Mr. Sharma gets away with not having to do anything, do you? Or do you want to add anything, Mr. Sharma? And Ms. Soy?
Yeah, so Ms. So and I will report back. I think the optimal timing for that would be following submitters.
Yeah, yeah.
And we will report back on the kind of tidy ups with provisions as well. It's absolutely
Unless there's any burning, are there any burning questions? Or questions burning? No, apparently no burning questions. Right, all right. All right, well, I guess we're at lunch in that case. And
We need a consent for that.
Sorry?
Burning.
No, that's only near I think we're back at 1 o'clock then. Oh, by the way, we should just note that we've agreed that we will hear Simeta Warner-Kula Soria. So we will hear them, and we'll decide what we're going to do with it subsequent to that, and we'll issue that. Well, I'll issue a minute overnight with respect to the extension for legal service. All right, so we're adjourned till 1 o'clock. Thank you. resume. Thank you very much. And we're now turning to submitters. So, gentlemen, you're the first of our submitters. Welcome. And what do you want to tell us? You've been told that your time allocation, right? So
yes, we've been told it's about 10 minutes.
Yep. If you can, tell us what you need to tell us in that time, we'd appreciate that.
Absolutely.
This is related to property located at number 96 Forest Lake and the tree adjacent to the property.
Yep.
What you see on your screen right now is just some general information, and the reference is it's tree number 167. That's the only reference that was provided to us.
Yeah.
This tree actually poses a very significant health and safety hazard to the occupants. We've already had quite a few close calls. If I may proceed to the preceding pages, we got a couple of scenarios where we've captured some photos milliseconds apart, not seconds, milliseconds apart. The road in front is Forest Lake Road, which can be a very busy road at times. And on top of that, there's another street coming and joining called the Carey Street. So that's a T-junction, that's a three-way junction with the driveway coming out of the property that essentially makes it a four-way junction. Now, this driveway is used by the house behind number 96 and also on all the adjacent houses. The driveways are adjacent to each other. We believe this tree that now proposed to make a notable tree poses it can potentially pose fatal, irreversible damage to human life. Given the sheer number of close calls that we've had and also the neighbours have had in the last couple of years. If you look at, so there are three sequences, essentially sequence number 1, 2, and 3, showing a vehicle appearing. These images are taken milliseconds apart.
Yep.
A vehicle appearing out of nowhere. So when we do pull out of the driveway, it's the tree is quite big. It actually blocks the view completely. And there is not a lot of shoulder to stand on. Literally a millisecond later, a big truck appears out of nowhere. That's one of the sequence. Yeah.
So just to add to that, so between image number 2 and image number 3, that's a large truck. That truck completely hides behind the tree within a span of milliseconds. If you were to, this is driver's perspective obviously, if you pulled up to the tree, on image number 1 and 2, you see all clear, and you would maneuver onto the road, and that's a T-bone crash with a truck. That's sequence 1. Moving on to sequence 2, what we are presenting here is a very similar situation. As a driver, you pulled up next to the tree. It's all clear. There's nothing visible there, but as soon as you maneuver, there's an SUV hiding behind that blind spot, and that's a T-bone crash again. These are potentially irreversible, fatal crashes that no one will be able to go back and fix.
And there's also another road joining into the Forest Lake, so as the driver, you can humanly, it's only possible to pay attention to one of the roads coming through. So it can be quite dangerous, and I think the last scenario is also again showing...
It's a ute again.
You know, you can see that car in the background.
Yeah.
Just to prove a point, we are not taking these pictures a couple of seconds later. You can see there's a car in the background, and there's that car again in the background. So we are proving that we are taking these images literally milliseconds apart. And if you look closely, that tree completely blocks the car. But you can still see that car. If I zoom in a little bit, that car right at the background, you can still see that car right there. And that's a big ute. Now, if you ask me, I consider myself to be a good driver, but I have actually had some close calls because of the tree. And if we scroll down, this is the view that you get. So if you're the occupant of this car, it's essentially, you're putting the nose of the car a lot into the road. There's essentially no shoulder that exists. And yeah, we believe that it's very, very risky, purely because it actually, if you put yourself in that car, it's very dangerous. And yeah, just a couple more photos to show that, what we are saying. That's the street that comes and joins in front of it. Yeah.
It's just make it that much more complex that this is a T junction and our property is right across the T junction, and the driveway effectively makes this intersection a four-way intersection for us, for driveway users. So we just don't see the point in assigning a protective status to a tree, which is a potential major health and safety hazard, which could be fatal. So the ask here is to remove all the references for T167 from the pending proposal.
Certainly understand the points that you're making. You've seen the response from council. I take it have you read council's response to your proposition? By the looks of it, you haven't. I mean, what's been indicated to us is that certainly the issue of the removal of the tree is not before us. That's a matter, obviously, which would relate to traffic and transport safety issues and so on. I guess the issue for us is whether the tree has value in itself, regardless of whether it may subsequently be removed or not. So the issue that we have is whether or not it meets the tests for inclusion on the schedule. Whether that tree then is subsequently removed is a separate process.
Absolutely. We are definitely not pursuing the removal. We fully understand.
Yeah.
I think it's just we are a little baffled by the thinking process. How do you put human life over?
I absolutely understand that.
We have raised this with Waka Kotahi Transport as well. Just FYI. That's the next page, and they've deferred us to the council.
Yep, everyone's pointing around in a circle. I know that that's what you're seeing. So, no, that's good. Thank you for that. Anything? I mean, it's very clear what you're asking for, and I guess the test that we have in front of us, as I say, is really at this stage is limited to whether or not the tree merits scheduling in terms of the criteria to apply. And that's a different exercise from the question as to whether or not it subsequently should be removed and therefore an application made for that purpose. But your photos are compelling in terms of your argument.
If I may, Chair, I do have a question. I know that we use a SDEM process to justify a tree that belongs to categorize under a protective category, right?
Mm-hmm.
If this got categorized into a protective status, is there any appeal process like after this, or what's the process that we need
Absolutely
to follow?
Yes. I mean, our decisions are appealable, so whatever happens there, you've got that option. We absolutely do. Yep.
Yeah.
So, any other questions? So, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for your time. Cheers.
Mr. Hanford, Phil Hanford. 4. Just be with you in a second, Mr. Hanford. Just turning up your statement, your submission. Where's the submissions? Right. Welcome.
Thank you.
It's not always clear where the voice is coming from.
There's
so many speakers around the place, I'm aware.
I guess from that last submission, I guess it's pretty clear to me that you're only interested in the tree and nothing else, but I'm going to proceed anyway because I think there's some broader issues here that I want to talk about.
Yep.
I guess first and foremost, we own a property, my wife and I own a property, so it's private property on Lake Road, and we're about 100 metres down from where the Cancer Society Lodge is. The other side of the road.
Yes.
Put it into perspective. Are we objecting to having our tree included in the notable tree register and would like it removed? I guess the changes in Plan 9 obviously tighten the controls around the tree, and Plan Change 12 will result in our property being rezoned in high density zone. I guess this creates significant conflicts between those two plans and the future use of this property, and I know it might not be the concern of the Commission here, but we're going to talk about this. I guess as affected property owners, our simplest option is to object and not have the tree, the notable tree, registered. It may not be in the longest term interests of the community, but our submission, and I want to cover off the significance of the tree, the proposed changes, and the implications we see of this for us as landowners. So the tree is a ginkgo built by Loba. I'm not sure if people are familiar with the ginkgo, but ginkgo is a very ancient tree. You know, they existed 200 million years ago and basically haven't changed in that time. They started to decline in the world around 100 million years ago and disappeared from North America 15 million years ago, and then from Europe and Japan about 2 to 5 million years ago. Ginkgo did survive in small numbers in China, with the first written records of surviving ginkgos about 1,000 years ago. And they were associated with Buddhist temples and shrines. And there's a significant spiritual connection with ginkgo. And when people travel very long distances to visit some of these ginkgo. They're long-lived trees, they transcend human lives. And the oldest tree in China is reputed to be 4,000 years old. In 1973, the New Zealand Forest Service did a number of reports on trees and in terms of ginkgo trees in the Waikato, Thames Valley and Coromandel. However, many of these trees have been cut down to make way for housing development, and a few examples remain. We believe the three most important examples in Hamilton are, in our view, is the ginkgo at Murapico Park, is an unregistered or unlisted example in the Beale Cottage, and our tree at 104 Lake Road. T40, which is our tree, is one of the, and if not the oldest remaining ginkgo tree in Hamilton. The tree was planted around 1920, which is when the house was built. There is some historical significance around this property and notable early Hamilton families, and I just wanted to go into that a little bit. The land was originally owned by Thomas Jolly, and in 1900, Alice Jolly and Arthur Beale married. They moved to this property. Arthur Beale was the son of Dr. Beale, who built the Beale Cottage, historic place, and Alice Jolly was a daughter of Thomas Jolly, and her brother was Frank Jolly, who Frankton was named after. Anyway, they built a house in 1922, and that remains standing today. Frank Jolly also built the Windermere House, or Jolly House, which is now a Category A historic house. It's about 250 metres away. And interestingly, Frank Jolly was a keen horticulturalist, and we believe was associated with the planting of this ginkgo tree. We estimate the tree to be of age 100 years, and that's supported by arborist work that was completed in the early 1990s, which showed 70 growth rings when a major limb was removed when we had some work done on the tree. The tree has a particularly impressive canopy, form and landscape, and has been assessed as having the highest amenity value of the ginkgo trees in Hamilton. The tree was not recorded as a notable tree when we purchased the property in 1992. It was only on our advice to council that the tree was worthy of recording and including in a register. And at that time, council came around, reviewed the tree, and included it as a Category 2 tree, should I say, under the previous assessment scheme. If we had known we would be locked into a consent process for this tree on private land, which reduces our use of the land, we would never have gone down this process, and we regret having advised the council of this tree. In terms of the proposed changes, obviously Plan Change 9 will require us to have resource consents to complete works within the root zone and to do any major work on the tree. In terms of Plan Change 12, this land is now being rezoned high density residential. And I guess the point of that is it's predominantly residential activities with the high concentration of bulk buildings, such as apartments and other compatible activities. The zone will provide for the greatest heights and densities within Hamilton City, and thereby contributing to housing choice. Buildings of at least 6 stories can be readily anticipated within this zone. As a result, the character of the zone is anticipated to change substantially over time. So the implications for us as landowners. I guess the big issue here is there's clearly a conflict between housing intensification and protecting trees. The two plan changes cannot be accommodated at 104 Lake Road. Restrictions placed on the tree by Plan Change 9 will give some protection to the tree in the short term, at least while we are owners. In the long term, the ongoing intensification is intended and sensible in this location, and there will be legal pressures from landowners and developers to have the notable tree status removed and the tree felled and compromised. The extent of the root zone over 104 Lake Road will make the property undevelopable. The root zone extends from one boundary to the next. The legal arguments will inevitably eventuate and will likely favour intensification in this location over tree protection. In the meantime, costs of any resource consent process, tree maintenance will be carried by the landowners themselves, which seems unreasonable when a tree is protected for the benefit of the community. The only way to really protect such notable trees for future generations within a high density zone is with a zone change to the likes of the neighbourhood open space zone, and this obviously requires consultation between property owners and council. I guess in conclusion, we would like to have the ginkgo tree removed from the notable register. We believe even if it is not removed, we believe it's unlikely this tree will survive the consequences of Plan Change 12. There is a higher risk of being poisoned by a developer or future owner who sees the value in having trees gone, or more value in having trees gone, than the punitive and unlikely event that it can be proven they were liable. There are examples of large trees in and around Hamilton which have been poisoned or ringbarked and have subsequently died. There are currently 2 large trees at the hospital end of Lake Rararoa which have been targeted in this way. Where the ginkgo trees may be male or female, our tree is a female, and sometimes described as a silver apricot tree because of the appearance of berries. And unfortunately, when squashed and ground and on the ground, the berries smell of a putrid mix of vomit and dog poo. Many of you may have noticed that already. Berries fall to the ground over a 6 to 8 period in the autumn, and I guess it's a labour of love for us to remove these berries before they get trodden into the drive and brought into the house on shoes and cars. Afterwards, the leaves change to a glorious golden colour and fall as a thick carpet covering the garden and drive and area. And clearing these and disposing of these leaves, which do not easily decompose because of their waxy surface, also is a very labour-intensive operation. This month, council staff removed a 40 to 45-year-old female ginkgo tree from the walkway around Lake Rararoa after complaints by nearby ratepayers and some walkers who didn't like the smell of the tree because of the berries. So I guess in finishing, while my wife and I have great immense pleasure in the presence of this ginkgo tree in our garden, it's clear that many others consider it to be a burden which should be removed. And we see the only way to go forward with the conflict between the schemes is to have this tree removed and registered, despite the fact that I guess this commission is looking at just the trees, which is an issue for us.
Thank you, Mr. Hanford. Just stay there for a second, and maybe questions. Although your evidence is clear, you're not disputing it's a notable tree, if you like. What you're suggesting is that its future life is questionable in terms of plan changes that are happening. A number of us on this panel are also sitting on PC12, so we're well aware of what you're talking about. But yes, you're not disputing the value, if you like, of the tree. It's just its future is what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's right.
That's very clear, Mr. Henry, thank you. They're not that hard to propagate, are they? I mean, I remember years ago we planted one in Taupo when I lived down there.
To
They
grow?
like the cold climate. They seem to be...
Not hard to grow?
No.
No, they like this sort of climate here.
Yes.
They grow well when they've got plenty of water and good site and plenty of space around them. I mean, you can get lots of examples, but you won't get big, impressive examples when there's no open space around them.
So I didn't know about the side effects of the seeds and things.
I mean, unfortunately, they don't show that until they're about 10 years old, so it's a challenge.
It's a bit like people, isn't it, really? Carry on. No. Ewan, anything?
No question.
Thank you, Mr. Hanford. I understand your point. Thank you. Cameron Gray? You're the blue cedar man. Right. Right, thank you.
Kia ora, everyone.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, where you go.
So, just wanted to start with a quick karakia. E te atua, homa te kaha ki te whātu I ngā Horahitika T.A. Moriora. Kia ora koutou, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies in advance, I'm not great at public speaking, so just bear with me.
Yeah, starting well. Yeah.
But yeah, I just want to thank you for allowing me to speak today. I noticed from a couple of the previous topics covered already today, there might be some differences in what you are able and not able to do, but just wanted to take this opportunity to put across our concerns. I'd just like to provide an opening statement, then speak to some photographs we've got on the PowerPoint there, and then just provide a closing statement and any time for any questions you might have.
Thank you.
So today I stand before you to address an important matter concerning the proposed plan changes relating to notable trees, specifically the designation of the Atlantic blue cedar tree at 1 Blue Cedar Lane as a protected and notable tree. I'm here to express my opposition to this designation and to emphasise the real threat that this tree poses to the safety of residents and the community as a whole. If the council maintains its decision to designate this tree as protected under the new plan, it's making a willful choice to put not only ourselves as residents of the property, but also members of the public, including children and the elderly, at risk of serious injury or even death. I urge you to carefully consider the evidence of this risk, which is highlighted in the attached Appendix 1 provided in my submission. The tree in question stands approximately 25 metres tall, with 1/3 of its canopy directly overhanging our home. This means that large branches weighing as much as small cars are suspended up to 15 metres above our bedroom. As outlined in the report attached, this particular species of tree is known for its heavy lateral branches and brittle timber that is prone to failure. In fact, the report provides evidence of a recent incident where a branch of significant magnitude failed and could have caused severe harm or fatality to someone walking on the footpath adjacent to the tree. It's a ticking time bomb, and this presents an opportunity for both us and the council, hopefully, to eliminate the risk. Therefore, I firmly submit that this decision to designate the tree as notable and protected should be repealed. The safety concerns it poses are significant, and we should be permitted to have it removed safely. We propose replacing it with a more appropriately sized and placed native tree, and we are more than willing to donate a new blue cedar tree for the council to plant in a more suitable location. In the event that the council cannot meet the first request, we propose an alternative solution. We suggest that the council takes on the responsibility of pruning the tree to make it safer. This would involve the removal of several very large branches overhanging our home and crowning the tree to reduce its height and associated risks. I'd just like to draw attention to the ongoing costs of maintaining this tree within the protected parameters and the damage it's causing to our property. Due to the tree's substantial size, the costs are exorbitant, exceeding $1,000 annually. In the last 6 months alone, the tree has caused $3,000 worth of damages to our home and has required an additional $1,000 on top of this just to cover the maintenance. It's simply not reasonable for us as property owners to bear this financial burden alone. I recently received a quote from a qualified arborist, and the cost of simply removing hanging dead branches to this tree amounted to $2,000. Considering the frequency of storms in our region, these maintenance expenses continue to rise with each event. I urge the Hamilton City Council to carefully review the attached documents in my submission. They provide further rationale regarding the risks proposed by the Atlantic blue cedar tree. It's essential to prioritise the safety of residents and the community. Therefore, I implore you to repeal this designation of this tree as notable and protected, allowing for its safe removal. Alternatively, if the tree must remain, I request that the Council takes responsibility for pruning it to mitigate the risks. We cannot continue to bear this financial and safety burdens associated with this tree. If you could please direct your attention to the slides. I'll just talk to a few of the photos that we've got in there. Sorry, it's a bit small, so hopefully everyone got the best eyesight of the room.
I take it you'll leave a copy of that with us so that we can see it later on as well.
Of the presentation?
Yeah.
A copy of Steve, so yeah, we can provide that.
Yeah.
This takes images from the report that were in my submission and some of the recommendations that were made by the Qualified Arborist risk assessment. It pointed out that there were multiple sites of historic branch failures as well as more recent ones, and that the one in 2021 landed directly across the footpath of Insole Avenue, which is a very, very busy footpath directly adjacent across from the church and down the road from the school. And it was large enough to have caused, again, serious injury or death. The report pointed out that future branch failures are extremely likely, especially in high wind conditions. We just had another branch come down over the weekend with the high wind. And it pointed out that it was hard to predict where branches would fail in the future. They could fail along the stem of the branch, or they could fail, close to the trunk. It was just completely unpredictable. And it pointed out in the assessment that branch failure is a common occurrence in the large cedar species in the Waikato region. It's known for this in the genus because of the heavy lateral branches and brittle nature of the timber. This actually has two photos from other cedar trees of an age with the one on our property that are only a few hundred metres away. They're not protected, but they have the same traits shown with frequent breaks on the timber. That one's just down the rest home down the road. This just shows the protected root zone currently as designated by the council, and I think it provides a good kind of snapshot to give you an idea of the scale of the tree in comparison to the property. As you can see in this photo, the canopy of the tree actually covers the entire property. You can kind of just see the corner of the house peeking out underneath it. And the protected root zone extends right out to the street and also into the two neighbouring properties as well. I guess a concerning point here is, and probably something that, again, maybe not this panel can address, but the fact that this property was even built in this zone in the first place raises some questions. This tree hasn't changed size drastically in the last 10, 20 years since the property was built. And the corner of the property was built only 1.6 metres with concrete slab from the base of the tree. The recommended formula for any trees of this size, particularly protected trees, is a minimum of 4 metres from the base of the tree and a recommended distance of 15 metres. So the house was built far, far too close to the tree in the first place. All these are things you unfortunately learn when you purchase property with these trees and aren't aware of the potential consequences in the long run. Paused.
Steve, can you, we seem to have a frozen. Perhaps the battery's gone on there.
Thank you.
You just need a bit of Steve's energy on it.
Yes.
That's all.
Thank you. I've just attached here so the initial one on the left is the initial ArborLab report and council information that was provided from the first assessment of the tree, and then just to the left of it is the follow-up recommendations made by the ArborLab arborist to the council. Just wanted to note in the first one, they do point out that the structure of the tree is assessed as poor, and then in the follow-up report, they've assessed it as fair and in good condition. So there's some kind of tricky to understand how that changed so much. And I just wanted to also point out, I guess, that an assessment of the fair health of a tree doesn't necessarily mean there's not a risk there. As was pointed out in the anniversary only 2 days ago from the unfortunate accident that occurred in Cambridge just a year ago, where a woman was killed by a falling protected tree, which had been assessed as perfectly healthy and had been pruned, but still wound up with that happening. And that was a tree where no previous concerns were raised, versus this tree where we've had numerous concerns raised.
Just before you move on, because it's on that slide and it's also in the report attached to your evidence, there was a recommendation in that report that you commissioned about getting a further risk assessment done of the tree. Just wondering, has that been done? And if not, why not? And is that something that the authors that did the report for you are qualified to do, or was the fact that they're saying, a further risk assessment needs to be done by someone qualified to carry out tree risk assessments, meaning that they weren't themselves qualified to do it?
Yes, so that was a bit of a discovery for ourselves.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a long-winded answer, but so we commissioned them to do a safety assessment, which they advised us that they were qualified to do. And they provided that report, and in the report they basically provided that further recommendation that another safety assessment was to occur. And so we followed that up to obtain that. We searched for companies that would be willing to provide that for a protected tree. The only company in the basically central and upper North Island that is able to do that is Arborlab. So I contacted Arborlab and requested that assessment from John, actually, who responded and said they would be keen to do it. That was quoted just for the climbing risk assessment. I think it was about $3,000 on top of the $2,000 we'd already spent, $3,000 actually. And so we emailed them to express our interest in getting that done. They responded and said they weren't able to do it because of a conflict of interest, because they were doing the Hamilton City Council assessments for the same tree. We went back to them and asked if there was anyone else qualified that they could recommend for us to seek that particular assessment. They said there was no one else that they were aware of that provided that assessment. And so we kind of ran up against a brick wall there.
Can I suggest, I mean, I know where this is going, but can I suggest a conversation between council and yourselves? There's not a necessary conflict of interest at all, because there's a recommendation that he's made, and I think that probably can get an accommodation with council to agree that in actual fact, that he may be able to be used. I mean, the problem that we've got in front of us, Mr. Gray, is that we have this recommendation from the gentleman concerned, suggesting that risk assessment needs to be done in order for us to actually follow the recommendation that you're seeking. So,
yes,
I think is that pragmatic? Okay, all right. So I mean, we have some time before we close this hearing to receive such a report, and if there can be an agreement between council and yourself to be able to use Mr. Redfern, then that might resolve the issue.
Because with this hearing coming up, we were told to liaise with council directly to try and resolve these issues before now. So I have been doing that and liaising with Craig Sharman.
That wasn't a criticism of you or of council. It's just there's an option here. So can I suggest that we take that option up?
Yes, and I did request that from Craig, who was liaising with council and representing the council and liaising with John. And his response was that they wouldn't be commissioning any further requests for information, in contrast to the recommendations that more information was needed, because I asked if they needed more from us or if they were going to commission that.
Yeah, I suspect that's an issue over who pays for it rather than anything else. So, again.
But yep, that would be great. I can send those emails through. Sorry, I'll just push through because I know you guys are limited for time. Here's just some images to kind of give you a bit of an illustration as to the damage caused. We're on our third close line now from previous ones being destroyed. The branches, I guess the photos don't do the scale justice, but they are very large and very heavy. You Here's some just photos of directly above the house, the tree. Circled in red are the branches that are directly overhanging the home. Particularly up the top there, you've got branches that are weighing hundreds, if not thousands of kilograms, hanging directly over the house, some 10 to 15 metres above. And yeah, any high wind situations, that is very, very scary actually. You've got more drops here. This happens pretty much every time that there is a high winds in Waikato, which only seems to be increasing in frequency. This was about a year ago. We had another high wind situation with branches blown off that damaged and broke the roof next door on the retirement home, which they had to subsequently get repaired. More breaks, more falls. We've got a branch here which broke and wound up wedged on another branch below it. Again, scale doesn't really do it just in the photos, but that branch was propped about 6 to 7 metres in the air, so it was quite a feat for us to get down safely. And yeah, as you can see in the photos, it's not clear that branch was sickly or going to be coming down anytime soon. It appeared perfectly healthy. This was the major fall that occurred last year, 2021, that we got the original tree risk assessment following. This branch came down and flattened the tree next to it. In the photo on the right there, you can kind of see where the red circle is up above. That's where the branch broke from, approximately 15 metres up, and has come down and basically pole vaulted itself through, smashing the fence and going completely across the footpath on Insole Avenue. Yeah, with a branch that would have easily weighed hundreds of kilograms and potentially killed someone if they'd been walking past at the time. It's just another image of it. My nephew next to it, actually.
It was a lucky escape.
Yeah.
It's not a matter of us doubting what you're saying, Mr. Graham. The point of what I was saying earlier is our decision on this may be months away, and it's more pragmatic for you to actually get a solution prior to that, or to get an agreement that there is a solution to it.
Yeah.
So that's really what I'm hinting at.
Yeah. Awesome. This just is the most recent one. This occurred in February, another fall that happened in storm in the middle of the night. And that's our bedroom directly below that. So, yeah, my partner and I were basically forced to take shelter in the lower, so we had to go downstairs and go to the far corner of the house in the middle of the night when that came down, because it actually punched a hole straight through the roof and came in the middle of the night. Luckily, it didn't go through the ceiling cavity to us, but that branch is actually a smaller one by comparison with the bigger ones above the house. Yeah, some of the damage left over in the hole in the roof, and we had to get a cherry picker in to safely remove that. Yeah. And that's the scaffolding around our house currently, from the repairs to the roof that's going on at the moment. This kind of, I guess, where the arborist report pointed out that or where we have, I guess, difficulty is that the arborist report didn't note, I guess, the health decline in the tree, which, as residents by the tree for the last, decade or more, we've definitely seen. And I think this photo from Google Maps Street View actually shows the decline over the years of the tree. You can clearly see between 2019 and 2022 that the tree has thinned out a lot in that time, and that's only in a matter of 2 to 3 years. So it's, yeah, just concerning that ArborLab's assessment didn't seem to recognise that. Just go through my closing statement. Yeah, just wanted to emphasise concerns around the blue cedar tree, and that the concerns encompass the danger posed to people, the damage to property, the conflict with the dwelling, and the poor inherent integrity and the declining health of the tree. It's worth noting that the council arborists in their own report suggested the removal of several other trees on the schedule due to similar reasons. Pages 25 to 30 of their report clearly outline rationales for supporting the removal of other trees, including a decline to health, restricted growing locations, poor inherent integrity, potential failure of growth features. It's puzzling that our submission has been declined while these same concerns were acknowledged and acted upon for the other trees. Particularly notable submission 130 for Rosmihan also had very similar concerns to the ones ours does, but was accepted. We're kind of grappling with a poor decision that was made 20-some years ago when the home was approved to be built directly under this tree. We implore you to help rectify this mistake and seriously reconsider the inclusion of this tree under the new schedule. If the current situation persists, it is only a matter of time until someone suffers a serious injury or even loses their life. Throughout the process, we've actively engaged with the council in hopes of finding a solution. We have provided extensive information and addressed all our concerns to Craig Sharman, the Senior Associate for Planning, who is liaising with John Redfern at Arborlab. Despite our efforts, we've been unable to reach a resolution with the council. It's noteworthy that Arborlab themselves, as you guys pointed out, agreed that further information from a climbing assessment and route assessment would be beneficial, although this requirement was not imposed for any of the other trees proposed for removal. Craig assured us that the information we had provided in our submission was sufficient and that he did not expect any further information from us, considering the effort and expense we'd already invested. However, he also informed us that the council would not be commissioning additional reports themselves to inform their decisions. The recommendation made by the arborists, supported by the council, was to retain the tree pending further information. Yet they are unwilling to obtain this information, the necessary information, and have conveyed that they do not expect us to as well. So you see why I feel a bit stuck. So I'm appealing to this panel to consider the information presented here today as adequate to bring an end to this protracted saga and prioritise the safety of our family, whānau, and the community. As shown in Appendix 2, the petition shows that we have the support of the entire lane and the surrounding properties, who all live with this tree and understand the dangers and risks associated and want it gone. I'm a husband and soon to be a father, luckily enough in October, and it pains me that our child potentially won't be able to go out into the garden because it's so unsafe for them to be out there. To me, if there was any risk of anyone being hurt at all, I would err on the side of caution. As noted in Appendix 5C of my submission, please take on the recommendations of the courts that were provided to the Rotorua District Council following the tragic death of a woman by a protected tree in 2018. The recommendation was that the policy managing the risk management of trees should have that as an overriding concern the management of public health and safety rather than prioritising amenity or historic value. We urge you to make decisions that reflect the gravity of the situation and ensure the well-being of all involved. Thank you for your time and attention. Just end with a quick closing karakia. Kia tau, kia tātou katoa, te atawhai, te rongorawa, te aroha o te tahi ki te tahi, me ngā manakitanga o te wā, humie, huie, tai kia. Kia ora. Thank you.
Mr. Gray, maybe some other questions?
No, that's...
I just have a couple, if I could, Mr. Gray. Obviously, when you purchased the property, were you aware that the tree was scheduled?
Yes, so in, I believe it's 2010, I purchased the property. We understood the tree was protected at that time.
And having that in mind, had you turned your mind to how you were going to maintain the tree to keep it safe?
Yes, so the understanding the protected parameters that allowed for basically the minimal trimming to keep it safe, and basically removing any hanging dead that we were able to do. So we have done that over that time, but the speed that this tree is dropping branches has far outstripped anything that we could do to maintain it. And the amount that it's dropping off far exceeds what we've ever been able to trim off it within those, 20-30 centimetres a year that we're permitted.
Thank you.
And just to note, I mean, the emergency works with respect to the removal of a tree and presumably also pruning is a permitted activity. But of course it has to be concluded as an emergency work. But just to be aware of that.
Yes. We've definitely come to the council numerous times about it, but wind up in that situation of being pointed in a circle around no one being prepared to take responsibility or assist with it.
Yeah. So thank you for drawing our attention, and you'll leave copies of that with us if you would.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Wilkes for Earthbrook Properties. Thank you. Just give those to Steve. Yep, thank you. I mean, it would seem from the recommendation that you have got what you asked for, Dr. Wilkes.
We want to ensure that you follow the recommendation.
You can't ensure that.
No, well, we want to have our say in order to give
well, the
our
recommendation is firm. Yeah, I've got up to you. Yeah.
I mean, if you can assure me that you will follow the recommendation, then I need to say nothing.
We haven't deliberated, but the recommendation from the only arborist who's appearing on this on that side of the fence is to exclude it from the schedule. It's unlikely that we would not, unless you're going to provide some evidence to the contrary. It's very unlikely that we'll go anywhere else on that. but yeah, by all means, it's your time. So.
I guess I'm happy not to present if that's the case, but I have some points that I think are wider than just the two trees we're concerned with that relate to the other issues that people have raised this afternoon.
It's your time.
Okay, I'll try and be quick. Now, first of all, Errol Wilkes is not going to appear this afternoon. He sends his apologies, and he's asked that if it's okay with you, there's a couple of points that he would like me to make on his part.
Right, thank you.
Have I got control of the PowerPoint?
Steve, we need a point, the clicker,
okay.
whatever you call it.
So first of all, I would just say I like trees. I've served 2 terms on the QE2 National Trust where I've been involved in protecting trees. But the really important thing is that you protect the right tree in the right place. The ones that we're particularly concerned with that got us motivated to appear here, we just go back a slide. I just want to show you the pictures because again a picture speaks volumes. So this is the trees that we're concerned with. Thank you. On the margin of River Road here, and we own the property at 10 Apuia Road. This is 12 and 14. These people are also concerned about these trees. And we've requested a number of times that the council consider removing them, and so we were kind of horrified when they were threatening to make them into protected trees because it precludes any opportunity for that. And our main concern is a health and safety one. Notice here the shade footprint of these trees, and 10A and B are two-bedroom flats here, and 10A, Wulamu is the person who lives in that flat, and so he's particularly concerned about that. And in 10B, the other half of that building, we recently let that to a new tenant, and I called in to see how she was going a few days after she'd moved in. The first thing she said to me was, "Those trees are dangerous." She was concerned about them. Now, one of the issues is they overhang River Road. They're also at the top of a very steep bank, so their height in relation to these properties that come back under the edge of them at the back is that they are extremely tall trees. They're big trees in their own right, and they're even more big because of the height they have. Let's forward on here.
Yeah, well, the photos show that very clearly, so thank you for that.
And also you can see, where's forwards and backwards one can see. Okay, so these two just illustrate from Apuia Road looking back up, and the trees of concern are the ones in the skyline here. They start growing here, but they're at the top of the steep bank, so they're very overpowering of these houses here. And that's just a closer up view of the seeing where they are in relation to those back flats. When you come down to the back of Wulamu's Whare, you can see that from his front door, they are very overpowering. That's the view from his front door and from the back of his house. And we've had large branches fall down on the path right outside his door to the scale where you would have had to get a chainsaw to chop them up so we could remove them. The view from River Road, and this is where we're grateful to John Redmond for agreeing with us in relation to, this is a major power wires running through here. These are the trees of concern. You can't hardly see the other one, but they overhang right across the road. They overhang the power wires. They are regularly pruned. We've occasionally seen branches falling down into those power wires. And so they are a significant hazard. And because they've been regularly pruned on this side, but not on the other side, they are very lopsided. And so that also creates a concern for us that they will fall on us with all the associated health and safety issues. The points that Errol would make are just your 12 metre, or assuming this has a metre of diameter trunk, I don't know, it could be more than that. Root zone certainly comes out across River Road, and in terms of the property rights associated with the thing, it seems unfair that they've been put on us, but I don't think the council is going to prevent themselves from digging up River Road if it becomes necessary. And also you might ask how stable these trees are with all their roots under the road and open on the bank on the other side, which could help make them more prone to falling over. That's the River Road looking the other way. This is just a Google Street View picture again. And again, you can see the power wires coming along, see how far the tree extends out above those power wires. And the other point that we would make is that the STEM tree assessment system seems to totally ignore health and safety issues and the question of the right tree in the right place. We have no objection to a specimen oak tree in a large open parkland space, but jammed between power wires, a street and a high bank, we don't think it is the right tree in the right place. And so that was what we're requesting, that you do not make them notable trees. But thank you.
Of course, if we go with that recommendation, that is not, I mean, the consequence of that isn't necessarily that anything happens to the trees, of course. That simply means they don't go on the register.
But at least it means there is the possibility.
Yep.
Thank you.
That's fine. And you wanted to talk to Errol's point?
Oh, I agree with those.
Oh, that was it?
Yep.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Walsh.
Thank you.
No questions? All right. CK Reddy is next. Sure what Steve was saying there. Traffic safety thing.
Mr. Reddy wants to show them images.
Right.
Thanks, Steve. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to present a very stressful and I don't know how we're going to solve this situation. It is a tree at 242 Grey Street in Hamilton East. I'm the owner of the property and it's been tenanted. The tree in question is a protected tree. I think they said it's T810, a London plane tree. I feel the decision of the council to classify this tree as a notable tree was wrong. Yes, big trees are notable. Yes, trees that change the outlook of the place is also notable. I agree with all that. But what they did not take into consideration was the safety and the accessibility of the tenant. This tree is right in the middle of my driveway. The access in and out of that place is near impossible. My tenants have had a lot of damages to their cars trying to navigate around the tree. So I don't know why the council made this a notable tree to begin with. I also do not know who actually planted this tree and how over time the tree has actually grown to such a size where it's just not practical to have a driveway there. It is also becoming very dangerous for people to exit that property, trying to go around the tree, especially trying to see traffic coming from the left side, which is the south side of Grey Street. I think we have heard how large trees can cause disasters. We have had numerous other trees along the same street which have had branches fall off, and fortunately no one had been injured. It does not mean to say that this tree will not cause any disasters in the future. My concern is over time this tree will continue to grow, continue to cause problems. And it's the safety issue that I'm concerned with people coming in and out of that property, and they will not be able to utilize that. I think the council is also proposing that we protect, I think, 8 meters around the base of the tree. And that's just near impossible when we have only access in and out of that property is through the same driveway. Yes, we have heard where we can get reports done about a particular tree, about the safety of the tree, about making sure the tree does not fall or the branches fall and injure people. Large portion of the tree, I think, Steve, if you can just forward that, is overhanging the building as well. So a time will come where a disaster may occur. And this may result, so that is the front view, and that's the driveway. You can see the tree is right in the center. I've had informal discussion with the council. They had come and visited it. And because it's a notable tree, there's no solution for that. They feel that it's beyond them to try and resolve this issue. But you can see there's no way you can actually drive in and out of that place.
So just to ask a question, is that the only driveway access way for the... Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, that's the only driveway in and out of that property. And the council did say this is a very, very unique position they are in, because that is the only tree in all of Waikato where it's planted right in the center of the driveway. So,
Has it been that way since you purchased the property?
yes,
or
it
has
has,
grown?
but it has grown,
Yeah.
yes. So what I'm saying is, proposing is that, yes, I have got some pictures I can load on, but up and down Grey Street, there's a lot of similar trees, and just removing one of them will not change the outlook of the whole place. So Steel Park is surrounded by very similar trees. That's, I didn't count, but there's numerous trees around Steel Park with very similar sort of appearance. And I don't think removing one tree that is a very unique position tree would affect the outlook of the whole place. So my humble request is if the council could consider the safety issue and remove this tree so that myself and my tenants can easily exit and enter the property. Yes, it is a very unique tree. It's a beautiful tree, big tree, but I think it served its purpose, and now it's causing problem for myself and my tenant. And if the council wishes, they could actually plant something in a more appropriate place on the same, or maybe 2 or 3 meters down in the middle of that area. So as I said, this is only one tree I'm talking about. I'm not talking about all the trees along the Hamilton East, Grey Street area. It is a very unique place, and we love the trees, but it is just one tree that has become a nuisance.
Sure. What if I ask a question? Thank you for your presentation so far. Just so I can fully understand, are you saying that in fact the tree is physically in the middle of the driveway?
That's correct.
Or does the driveway go past the tree and then turn to the right into your property?
No, that's physically in the middle of the driveway.
So when you look at your legal title,
yeah,
the tree is right smack in the driveway.
That's correct, yeah. I think there's another slide there somewhere. That hasn't shown that.
Right.
You said before that you'd had some discussions with council, and in the response from the council, they note that traffic safety and those sorts of issues are different issues. Have you had any engagement or discussion with the traffic safety people at the council to see, have they come out and done an assessment of the tree? Do you know?
No, I don't. I think my major concern is the safety of my tenant and the accessibility for them to be going in and out of the property safely. But it's very obvious when you try and come out of that property that the vision towards the left is just impossible till you come out of the property.
So if I could, so to actually access the property, you're driving on your neighbour's driveway?
That's correct, yeah. It's not, it's a combined exit, there's a single entry from the road, but mine goes towards the left and then it comes. But the tree has grown such large in size that the roots have actually come over my side of the driveway and it's lifted the footpath.
Just as a general observation, how common are London plane trees in that general area?
Well, I think the whole area is full of London plane tree.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we'll have a look, obviously, but yeah, okay.
show you there. This is up and down Gray Street.
Right.
Both south and north of the tree itself. Sorry, I couldn't submit that in time.
Yeah. Thank you. We will we'll have a look. Just for general information, we're planning on doing site visits tomorrow afternoon and again on Friday on these sort of matters, so we'll have a look around.
Yep.
Any questions? More questions? Mr. Reddy, very clear. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Reddy.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Singh. Did he sing here?
Not coming, sorry, for a question.
Okay, that's fine. Jason McKenzie. Oh, right. Yes, you. Mr. McKenzie?
Hello.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I'll take 1 minute. I'll just hand you a quick, we didn't manage to...
Just give them to Steve, thank you. No, he's Thursday. That's Lloyd. That's Lloyd Stevens. Foster. He's coming Thursday.
So obviously we've got a couple of protected trees behind us, so just...
Just a second whilst we find our way.
Yep, no problems.
No. Good. Right, thank you.
So my name is Jason McKenzie and I own and reside a property at 7 Sexton Road, Huntington, Hamilton. Today I'm here to talk about the impact to my property due to the proposed root protection zone under PC9. There are 3 notable trees impacting us, which are owned by our neighbouring property at 13 Sexton Road. Both T50.9 and T50.5 were planted approximately 2 to 3 metres from our boundary, and T50.6 is a few metres. All of them are impacting our place, so they're private trees. The trees I'm talking about are not council-owned trees. They are not in a PC9 historic area. They are not in a significant natural area. They are privately owned trees on a private land at 13 Sexton Road, which were planted only a few metres from our boundary. The branches are approximately 4 metres inside our boundary drip zone, and my submission is to remove these private trees from PC9 due to the close proximity to our boundary. There is no road or verge to absorb the RPZ, and the full impact is on us as the neighbour. Tree T50.9 has an RPZ of 10.54. Approximately 2 metres of this is on the owner's property and 8.5 metres is on our side of the boundary. Our property is bearing a significant impact. We purchased the property in April 2013, roughly 10 years ago. We purchased a LIM report and did our due diligence to ensure that there were no issues or impacts to the property that we needed to be aware of. There was no information in the LIM about these trees being protected and the impact that it might present to us having them so close to our boundary fence line. We have never received any information or notification about the trees being protected. The first notice we received to us aware of this was the changes to PC9 letter received in August 2022, referring to the proposed root protection zone and loss of control we will have over our backyard. These trees are continuing to grow significantly. We have seen minimal to zero pruning annually to these trees over the 10 years we have been at our property, which has caused significant loss of light. The trees are not accessible to be enjoyed by the community as they are based on private property, and the people of Hamilton are not able to walk past them as they are surrounded by housing. Given these trees are not council owned, we are required to deal with the private landholders directly over the impact of these trees having on us. And there have been many disputes over the years between the owners of the protected trees and the neighbours due to the burden these trees are causing. It has gone as far as trespass notices being issued, which has resulted in negative impacts on people's lives. The burden of the significant volume of leaves blocking gutters, which require frequent clearing during autumn months, the burden of costs of collecting and disposing of these leaves from these large, thick trees, and the burden of the loss of time spent picking up the leaves has agitated neighbours and caused friction over the years. The impact of the onerous proposed root protection zone, now limiting as mainly us as to what they can do on their own land is a step too far, and it's time to evaluate the private property PC9 implications. We asked the council for the memorandum of what the agreement is between the private landowners at 13 Sexton Road, the private owners of the protected trees. There is apparently no document outlining responsibilities or methodology used and who is accountable for maintenance, liability of burden created by damage from tree roots to sewage drains and stormwater catchments inside the root protection zone PC9. We have received confirmation from the council there is no information on file or recorded for the inclusion of these trees into the 2012 district plan, with no consultation process with neighbours available. So we haven't had anything, and neither of any of our prior neighbours. In summary, these trees are not council-owned trees. They are privately owned trees on private property which were planted only 2 metres away from our boundary. Given the close proximity of these trees to our boundary, the impact of the roots is significantly covering our personal backyard, and this is no impact to the owners of the protected trees. This is an impact to us as a neighbour. We spend a significant amount of time in our backyard during the summer months. Is it reasonable for us to lose the control over what we can do in our own backyard due to the proposed root protection zone bearing the brunt on our own private property? According to the rules, we will be unable to build or excavate anywhere near our boundary. We ask for some sense of rights about our property versus our neighbours' rights over our property. Significant financial loss will occur to our property under Plan Change 9, and significant land use will be restricted under Plan Change 9 due to 13 Sexton Road's trees having been carried from a nice to have to a major problem. Our request is to have the trees we have mentioned removed from PC9 given the close proximity to the boundary. There is no buffer of land between these properties, so we are significantly impacted. Surely a precedent needs to be set around how close a private notable tree is allowed to be neighbouring boundary. As this is a long-term plan, I truly believe in equal rights for all landowners and users. As previously stated, this is an unacceptable garden to the public. It is not deemed historic or significant, which truly makes this untenable under PC9. So that's all I've got today.
Thank you, Mr. Mackenzie. Understand the argument that you're making, and understand there's obviously a neighbouring issue which has got to a point of not being able to resolve. Just in terms of practicalities, what is it that you think you would be able to do if in actual fact it wasn't scheduled?
Well, at this stage...
So, I mean, is this more than a theoretical argument that we're having at the moment?
Yeah, well, we've got sewer drains, so obviously we used to have septic tanks and stuff when we moved there. We've put in septic lines, we've put in stormwater catch pits as per the new council regulations. We've renovated our house extensively, like the whole thing. And now we can't extend it probably, going forward to put the swimming pool in and other things that we were planning on doing. All of that will be affected, and there's probably under PC9, I imagine there'd be no way that we'd be able to excavate a swimming pool in our backyard at all if these trees stay in it. So, it becomes, useless land to us really, because we won't be able to put footings down, foundations for building or anything.
Yeah, okay.
So, yeah, it's just something that's going to affect us, and it is a private land, it's not council land, so it's a bit different to what most people are talking about here today. This is private.
And I think you said that you had no idea when you bought the place, there was nothing, no indication of what the current status was.
No.
Because there was a protected root protection zone prior to this, which applied, obviously, which you may not have been aware of.
No, nothing came out in the LIMRA board or anything like that. So,
when did you buy the property?
2014, I think.
Right. So that was just
2013, yeah.
2013, right.
My wife's here too. She's
okay.
Yeah, it'd be
It's
nice
always
if we
good to
could
have somebody to correct you, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And it'd be nice to have someone from the council come and have a look as well, because I mean they are getting huge and they're only half size. These trees will grow double that size, and that root protection zone will go right through our lounge dining kitchen. So it's not something that's going to stop anytime soon, right? with extra large trees. And I'm aware of other neighbours, like my other neighbour from 9.
Sounded like you've got some support there.
Yeah, he's number 9, so he lives right next door. He's in that photo. So he's got one that's just inside his boundary, and he has massive light issues. He's the one who's had the protection order for, and even though he never stepped foot on their property, it was just to do with leaves. So it's, but they are very large. I mean, we love trees. All of us like trees, but they just need to be in an environment where they're going to be helpful, not a hindrance, right, to all of us. So we don't want to see them all cut down at any stretch of the imagination. We just think that if they're going to impact our side and we can't do what we want to do, then perhaps these couple of trees can be left out and leave some of them in, right? Sounds good to me.
Do you know what the background was for the subdivision? I mean, it's a very, very odd arrangement. Were these trees there before?
I'd imagine they were planted when because it was all farmland on Sexton Road, and Graham would know a lot more than I would, but I believe that because there's only 3 houses that were on Sexton Road originally, and the 4th house, which was the farmhouse, actually got knocked down, and they built 3 townhouses on Thomas Road out of that one farmhouse, or 6 of them actually. But it was all farm, and that back house happened to be one of the people who had brought off the original farm. So it was all farm originally, and back in the 50s, that's when the trees were planted, probably 60s. So, I mean, someone had a nice garden, right? That would have been cool when they were 15, 20 feet high, but now they're 65 feet high and 5 metres inside my boundary. But it's the protection zone that we're here to talk about, not the leaves, right? So the leaves are a whole nother separate kettle of fish that I need to go through the council with at a later date, but PC9 is the one that's going to affect us majorly. So if we can just keep those trees out of that for now, we can go ahead and deal with the later. So.
Yeah, well, the interesting thing, well, not the interesting thing, but I guess one of the things that I'm sort of playing around in my mind is probably the protection rules that were in place, or are in place in the operative district plan are probably pretty much the same. Because obviously these are vigorous trees, and as we heard earlier this morning, they could have been up to 15 metres or 15 times the multiplier of the distance. So there may be no difference in fact, but I understand what you're saying.
Have you guys, like for PC9, have you got any ideas on how you're going to stop this from happening again? Because, like, obviously these guys are still planting trees, so the people who live there, they have planted their whole boundaries of native trees.
Let's not go there. But that's not on our table.
It's
so.
Not something you've thought about yet.
Well, we don't have to think about that at the moment. What we're thinking about is whether the trees that are recommended to remain on the schedule or go into the schedule do that or not. That's another issue. What people are planting today or
it's
tomorrow.
Another legal avenue, isn't it? That's all right. Because I just hope everyone, with private land and stuff, don't think they can just keep on planting, right? Protecting. Because
I mean, nobody plants a notable tree. A notable tree happens through its life. So
2012.
Yeah, Chair. Thanks, Mr. Mackenzie. I've just got one question for clarification. I think you've answered it. Your evidence today was that on the LIM report that you received in 2013,
yeah, when we bought the place, yep,
showed no reference to any scheduled tree.
No, notable,
near your property.
Nothing at all. So it's possible they were either left out or they weren't in the system deep enough to have landed on a LIM, right? And the fact that the information for these trees is literally missing. How did they become notable? Where was the consultation process with the neighbours when they actually decided to make them notable? Because they're 3 metres from a boundary, you'd think the council would have gone, hey, let's ask the neighbour, tell them what we're wanting to do, make these a notable tree. They're going to affect them. Nothing. Council can't find a thing on it. I've been emailing for nearly 3 weeks now, and all he could say was it was done in 2012. It doesn't say who did it, who had the consultation, who was informed, nothing. So there was zero information at the council headquarters about it. And that was from Ben, and he's just like, I can't find anything here. So how these trees become notable, don't know, right? If there's no information, there's no memorandum of understanding between private landholders and the council, they can't find it if there is. and therefore we were unable to bring any of that information with us to tell you how it even became about. So they're kind of like trees that have become notable without paperwork somehow. Kind of interesting. So yeah, if we can get somebody from the council to come and look at it, that would be fantastic. We'd be much appreciative of that.
Well, that's a piece of information that maybe we can get in due course from Section 42A author as to what happened back in 2012, 2016, in terms of how that schedule came into being. Might be interesting.
Who knows?
Any questions?
Do we have to do anything to get on that list to have somebody come and look at the trees and take photos? And
Sorry, what list is this?
All the notable trees that are in our backyard, basically.
Oh, well, no, they're already.
It'll all be.
They're already there. I mean, that's the whole point, isn't it? They're already in the schedule and the operative plan, and that's why why Mr. Redfern Hardesty recommends that they remain there, because they're already there. So, yes.
Okay.
But yes, I mean, our consideration is whether they should stay there or not in terms of the information you've provided to us and the and the things that we need to consider. So, thank you for bringing it forward.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Thanks for hearing me.
That's all right. And thank you, support crew. That's always good to have a few grunts of approval every now and again. Right. I think for today's agenda, I think that's it. Yep. We had one other person down for today, Foster Development, Lloyd Stevenson, but he's unable to attend and will come on Thursday. So we've noted that and we've rescheduled Mr. Stevenson for that purpose. So that being the case, that's Mr. Modani. Thomas, you've got anything you want to say? Okay. All right. In that case, we're adjourned until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Right. Thank you very much.